My name is Debanshu. I'm one of the co-founders of Vidhi. Thank you so much for joining us on a cold Saturday morning where staying under a warm blanket was a perfectly valid policy option, and yet you decided to come, so truly appreciate that. Let me begin by welcoming Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, former Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission and one of the main architects of the post-1991 economic transformation, a role model for many of us in the policy and development space. Currently a distinguished fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Policy. Really grateful to you, sir, for being here. This week, Vidhi completed 12 years of operations. Honestly, when we first started on a cold December morning like this in one of my co-founders' drawing room, we never thought that we'll come this far, and yet here we are. At that time, we didn't know if we'll survive the next year, but 12 years on, we are better organized, slightly better funded, as you might have seen, and continue to contribute in the ecosystem. So grateful to the entire policy ecosystem for seeing value in what we do. Now, soon after starting operations, one of the first projects we did was an ambitious one, the briefing book. The idea was to come out with a small, sharp booklet with 15 to 20 law reform ideas and circulate it in the policy ecosystem in Delhi. And in our very first briefing book published in July 2014, we had this small concept on how do we reform the bankruptcy law ecosystem in India. As luck would have it, or perhaps as a punishment for writing too diligently, we got appointed by the government to draft the bankruptcy code soon after that. And ever since, we realized the potential of doing academic research backed up by proper concept papers for bringing about meaningful change. And since then, we have published around 13 editions of the briefing book, which have close to 250 law reform ideas, and about 30 of them have been taken up by both the center and state government in some shape or form. So, but one limitation that we have seen over the years is that while planting the idea for the reform is a good first step, where a lot of these reform ideas fail is in implementation, and especially in a developing economy like ours, implementation is where we see our biggest challenges. So for this year's briefing book, we decided to go beyond the idea and also propose the roadmap for implementation. So we have identified 15 ideas where we, in addition to talking about the idea itself, we also propose a roadmap for implementation. This event is conceptualized around that. As you might have seen the schedule, we have picked up 4 entries from the briefing book this year, unlocking the potential of open government data, promoting the R&D ecosystem, building climate resilient cities in India, and promoting green banking in India. So I hope all of you will stay till the end of the day and participate in the discussion throughout. With that, let me move to what we all have been waiting for. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia to deliver the keynote address. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Can I be heard? Normally I would have gone to the lectern, but I have a leg that's giving me a bit of a problem. So rather than stand and wonder when it's going to collapse, I thought I'd better sit down and talk to you. You know, it's been made clear to me that although this is called an inaugural, from the point of view of a group of serious lawyers, bringing an economist in is a bit like starting with the stand-up comedy show, which normally would come at the end. But anyway, I'm very delighted to be here, partly because, for a very long time I have felt that we need something like Vidhi to get high quality legal input into the decision-making process. And when I say decision-making process, I don't just mean the government. I also mean the so-called economic fraternity that actually feed into the government. So actually there's very little interaction between the legal side and what I call the policy making, not policy making, but policy working on think tanks which sort of circulate around the government. I mean, what impact they have on government is a separate matter. But I do think that we don't have enough appreciation of the importance of the legal side. You know, although I'm not a lawyer, my youngest son happens to be a lawyer. And in conversation with him quite a long time ago, I kind of realized that, you know, we were really being irresponsible. Because, you know, whenever a debate came up, something we had done on the Income Tax Act or whatever, and somebody was debating, and I would say to him that, look, that was not the intention, you know, the way it's being interpreted. So he told me that, look, you fellows should realize that what your intention is utterly irrelevant. If once Parliament has passed the Act, everything will flow from that Act. And if the Act doesn't reflect your intention, we're not at all interested in your attention, it makes no difference. That's a very valid point. But what struck me was there was virtually zero input at high policy-making levels into the drafting of the law, at least in the Ministry of Finance. I mean, when tax changes are made in those days, things may be different now. I mean, mechanism in those days was that a group of the 4 top officials, secretaries or whatever, would meet together along with a chief economic advisor. We didn't have a chief legal advisor. And they would say, well, look, this is what the law, we need to change the law in order to achieve this objective. Then we would go to the finance minister and persuade him or her. We didn't have a her at that time, but whatever. And once you did that, all of us went to the prime minister and said, well, this is what the budget's going to be like. And all very hush-hush. And because this utterly idiotic British imposed belief that the budget must be secret, you know, budget making has become a ridiculously secret activity. In the sense, I mean, I don't know how many of you are aware, in Britain, it's no longer all that secret. In the US, it's not secret at all. But in India, it's believed that, you know, even the printing of the budget is done inside the finance ministry by a bunch of fellows who are locked into the finance ministry, and every now and then 4 officials are allowed to go in, and the finance minister goes in and they eat inside. And there's this famous picture that gets every day, you know, stirring the halwa for these fellows. I mean, this is just stupid. And frankly, I mean, I should have changed it, or at least recommended that we change it when I was there. I failed to do that. But when you're older, you realize some of the things that are being done honestly need to be just dumped. And I would applaud a finance minister, whatever his or her performance as from the point of view of economics, who once and for all dumped the secrecy nonsense. I mean, think of it this way, the importance of secrecy derives from the fact that when you change an indirect tax, either a customs duty or a direct tax, it becomes effective immediately. Okay. The income tax doesn't become effective immediately, because that becomes effective the next financial year. So until the Finance Act is passed, the income tax changes are not effective. In any way, they're effective only for the next financial year. Direct taxes, I mean, indirect taxes become effective immediately. And that is why it was felt that you must be very secret. Otherwise, somebody will discover, okay, a tax change hone wala, you go and buy something. And you know, in the interwar period in Britain, I think Hugh Dalton was the Chancellor of the Exchequer. And he had to resign as Chancellor of the Exchequer because he was going to put a tax on cigarettes. And as he walked into the House of Commons, he saw a reporter smoking a cigarette. And he said to him, "You better enjoy that while you can." And then he raised the duty rate on cigarettes. And everybody said, "Arey, aapne to budget leak kar diya." Now, you know, these days, it's common to say, and correctly, that we should get rid of undue Macaulay influences. This is undoubtedly one, can't blame Macaulay for this, but it's undoubtedly a colonial heritage which we should get rid of. Because of secrecy, we're not bringing in expertise. I mean, for example, logically, if the finance ministry is making a big change, and it wanted to sort of get advice, I mean, it should be able to say, well, look, why don't we consult A, B, and C? But no. I mean, the Vodafone amendment, which I have criticized, I mean, that would never have been made if they'd been able to consult two top lawyers who would tell them what the implications of all this are. So, I mean, the importance of law as an input is very high. Because you have a law minister, that is of no consequence, because the law minister is never consulted when policy is made. The law ministry does the drafting, and they do all the kind of the judicial work of the government, taking care of cases and things of this kind. And you know, as the economy becomes more complex, all interactions are actually embedded increasingly in the legal form. This is a stand-up comedy show, so I'm being informal, but the most useful thing is for you to understand what someone like me who went through this appreciates as a problem. I remember on one occasion that it's not just the government, by the way, that doesn't consult legal people. Business is equally bad. I recall when we were bringing in foreign investment and so on, and there was a rule that said that, look, if you already have an agreement with an Indian partner to produce a product, then you cannot have an agreement with somebody else. That foreign party cannot have an agreement with anybody else to produce the same product. It sounded very reasonable. So there was a case of a Japanese company that had signed up with one particular company to produce a product, a refrigerator, and they weren't happy with the Indian partner, they wanted to change the partner. We had now allowed that you could go to 51%. So many of the Indian partners just sold out. So they retained the partnership, but let the foreign guy have the majority. This one didn't. Under the law, this fellow said, "I'm not selling out to you, and you can't get into this business with anyone else." Okay? He said, "You're wrong, because you have an exclusive right to produce this particular model. And I'm now changing the model, so I'm getting into a partnership to produce something completely different." Now, whether the original thing included different models or the original restriction was generic, I mean, none of the policymakers were aware of. And I think in the end, the guy won. The foreign guy won. So it's a good example where the business fellow who had designed the agreement had not built into the agreement that, you know, you will not produce anything that can be called a refrigerator, including improved models of what you're now agreeing with me. And they just hadn't bothered to protect their legal rights. Now, you know, as you become more and more complicated, and as you become open, and as you bring in foreign investors who rely very heavily on the law, the quality of the legal work, which both Indian business has to do, but most of all, which the government has to do, is magnified hugely. And my feeling is that it may have changed, and I don't know. I was told that, this is very good news, that government is now consulting Vidhi to give advice, which I think is a big change, but you know, they're doing it because Vidhi is non-profit. But actually, to my mind, I mean, some of these things, there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to get someone and pay them their legal fees, even though those legal fees are high. So this is one point that I want to make, that I feel that the integration of legal awareness of problems is an extremely important thing. One other example where it is important is not just in the normal kind of government work, but you know, increasingly public-private partnerships are being envisaged, okay? And they're complex. I mean, for example, we started with highways, and then we went into a whole range of other infrastructure stuff. This was started in the early 2000s. It has continued since then. And the scale of these public-private partnerships has expanded. Airports is another example. Every one of these involves very complex legal kind of framework, which I don't think, unless you have high quality legal input, I don't think the policymakers are actually aware of. And I think we have to recognize that if somebody enters into an agreement, it's entirely right that that person will interpret the agreement within the framework of the agreement as best suits his interest. It's not right to think, but that's not what I intended, okay? But unfortunately, that's what happens. I mean, when government enters into a public-private partnership, it never thinks that, it broadly has an idea that this is what we want you to do. It then provides a public-private partnership agreement. It never thinks that within the terms of the agreement as drafted, actually has much more freedom than you thought. And please don't blame him for using that freedom in the way that affects him the most. I mean, one of the classic examples was an airport. I won't mention the particular airports where the rule was that as part of the public-private partnership, whatever earnings you make from, let's say, property development or something, would be shared with the Airport Authority of India. Fair enough. But then the way it was done was another company was set up, and the development of property was sort of left to that company, but the initial leasing of that area between the public-private partnership and the company involved a certain amount of rent, but really most of the juice was in the other company, which was not going to be shared. Now, you know, these kinds of things, most civil servants are not trained to pick up that these kinds of things will happen, and it's not fair to blame the operator if he's doing something which is not ruled out by the law. And I mean, I'm just giving you one or two examples. So I'll stop at that point and make 2 or 3 points, after which I'm told to make it into a real stand-up comedy show. We will have a set of questions. And I think I'll be very interested in the questions. And frankly, I mean, I may very often say that I hadn't even thought about it. And that'll educate me for whatever that's worth. So I would say, make the following points. One I've already made, that in fairness, the government is almost never involved in the quality of the legal issues. Sometimes if you have a finance minister who is himself a lawyer, like Chidambaram, you can assume that, well, look, they've got pretty high-level input. And he used to read, I mean, compared to all other finance ministers, he used to read the actual changes in the law, which none of the others did. So, I mean, lawyers can go right or wrong, that's a separate matter, but you can say that they had high-level advice. Most of the times they don't. Other problems. Problem number one is, you know, the government, I mean, it's a well-known thing that the government is an incredible litigant. And I think we have to realize that you reach an agreement with the government, and then you say, well, surely the government will take a reasonable view of what has been agreed. Answer is no. Because by the time a problem arises, you will be dealing with a person who didn't sign the original agreement. I mean, unlike a private sector company, where you do a deal and you say, look, this is what I'm going to do, and you say, yeah, that's what you're going to do. And 5 years later, there's a problem, and you go back. And the person concerned said, yeah, that's what I intended, is fine. Okay? Here, 2 years later, the person handling the case has changed, and that person has no idea what was actually agreed except what's written. And when they look at what's written, the interpretation in those days was, you must under no circumstances give an unintended benefit to the other fellow. And in those days, I think this is before, I forget now, 2000 something, the Prevention of Corruption Act deemed a person to be corrupt if he had done something which gave an unintended benefit, even if he himself didn't get any benefit at all, nor his wife, nor his kids, nor any relative. So you were deemed to be corrupt because you interpreted something in a way that gave the other fellow an unintended benefit. Now that really means that whenever a private sector guy takes a PPP agreement and says, you know, I want to change this way, implicitly there's a benefit to him. Did he deserve that benefit? And I've had the most amazing examples of utterly stupid disagreements. For example, in one case of a road, the decision to shift the toll plaza by 1 mile, this way or that way. The government, the fellow who was asked, okay, let's alter the agreement. We had originally said we'll put the toll plaza here, but no, we'll put the toll plaza here. No, it's not allowed. Now, you know, people used to tell me that, sir, please don't call it public-private partnership, because the moment we've signed it, there's no partnership. I mean, the government always takes an antagonistic view. And what they said was that if I were doing this for a major corporation, this is not the way they would act. Now, where really you can clearly see that the move is hurting somebody, that's a different issue. But clearly, this is a move that gives a benefit, and you have to prove that this was not an intended benefit, otherwise you become liable. Frankly, the safe decision is to the public servant not to agree. I mean, that has changed now, because if you don't take money, you can't be accused of corruption, you or your family or something. But this law was not enacted retroactively. So every case that was opened up before this change was made is still going to be judged by the previous law. Now, to be quite honest, I wasn't even aware, not that I was concerned with it, I wasn't aware that unless you explicitly say that everything that has been done before will now be governed by this law, given that our legal processes take 20 years, the benefit of the change of law is not going to affect a lot of things that are currently in the system. Some obvious points: we don't have enough judges, we don't have enough resources, we're not funding the courts. That's one range of things which we need to sort out. Clearly, the whole debate on whether the judicial system should be one in which the judicial side appoints itself, or whether the government should have a bigger role in it, it's another issue. But I think all of those added up together make one feel that if somebody were to evaluate the Indian legal system, I mean legal system in the sense of the kind of legal environment that you are entering into, if you decide to invest in India, I regret to say that, you know, it would be very difficult for someone to come up with a conclusion that you're going to have an easy time, not because they don't intend to be friendly, but just that the thing is so convoluted. And if you think about it, with foreign investors, our current policy is that we like foreign investment. I think that's the right policy also. I don't think India, I mean, there's not a chance of India becoming Viksit unless we can say that the proof that we are becoming Viksit is the world wants to come and invest in India. I mean, at least that's my view. If that is so, then I think some very, very high-level, multidisciplinary group in the government of India, possibly fed by Vidhi and others, has to get together and say, this is what we need to completely overhaul. Now, you know, people talk a lot about ease of doing business, which is, I think, valid and correct. But I don't think people are thinking about this adequately. And I think one of the things Vidhi could do very nicely is to prepare. I think I've seen some case books being prepared by some people, but it would be good to take 5 cases. These would be cases that would teach people why things run into problems, and also reveal to the government whether it was driven into a legal position which just didn't make sense. And you know, I mean, what was the Whitefields case on coal? That's one. Devas, that's another. You could make a list of, and I mean, I think the 2G is fantastic. Also, the coal scam is fantastic. I think you need a book which would have some essays. And these essays should be written jointly by a legal person and, let's say, a civil servant or something who's distant from it, but can give you the government's point of view. I personally would strongly recommend such a book to virtually everybody. And in fact, such a book should be studied in the Mussoorie Academy, so that people realize that, look, this is what they have to deal with. So with those words, thank you for inviting me, and I'm very happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, sir. That was riveting, fascinating, as always. I think we can open it up for questions straight away. We have about 15 minutes for questions. My only request is to focus on the question and question alone. Please do introduce yourselves before you ask the question. But we should, given that we only have about 15 minutes, kindly be brief. So let's open it up. We'll collect a few. And sir, is that all right? Can we collect a few? And would you answer them together, or should we?
Let's see what they're.
Okay, sure. So hands, please. Yeah, the gentleman in the front, please. If someone could just give a mic.
Thank you. My name is R&D Singh. I'm going to specifically ask the question on that need of...
Can you not use the mic? I'll tell you why. I use a hearing aid, and you know, with the reverberations, I think it's better if you shout. And if other people want to ask questions, then they can come up.
Yeah, so given your experience in the government so far, where is this need of, rather the need of that thing comes in? In my experience, or whatever the reading is, government always needs this flexibility or this space for those knee-jerk reactions. Where do you think this need comes from, so that they leave enough loopholes, or do you think they do it intentionally, where they can have enough space to make a change whenever they feel like? Where is this unintended thing come from?
Very good. No, I think it comes basically from the fact that the government views itself as a sarkar. So, I mean, sarkar. So, it's a dispenser of justice, but it's a one-way dispenser of justice. You don't have any rights, but you can go to the window and ring the bell, and Jahangir will come out, and you should be grateful that he's listening to you, and then he'll decide one way or the other. They do not view this, that we're entering into a legal agreement in which some third party will adjudicate, and you have to accept that. Second, in the government, there's absolutely nothing that prevents an appeal. I mean, let's take the simplest case. I'm a tax assessment author. Let's say everybody here, by the way, I'm assuming that there's no corruption. Corruption is a separate issue. In all honesty, on tax assessments, things can vary. And that happens all over the world. I mean, you know. Now, the thing is that when in the Indian system, if you get a tax assessment that is high, and it's approved by the next higher level, and then you are asked to pay this tax, and then you go to the appeal. And the statistics should demonstrate this. You know, I mean, how often has the appeal authority, how often has the appellate authority ruled against the government? If it's a very high ruling, then that itself tells you something, okay? But how often has the government accepted the appeal? My guess is almost never. Okay, at the moment it's being sent to a court, it goes all the way to the Supreme Court. Now, what I mean is, this doesn't require much intelligence by just doing telling the system that, you know, a huge red flag must ring if the percentage of first level appeals that you are overruling, or not overruling, but appealing against, exceeds a certain level. And I mean, the only reason it doesn't happen, I think, is the mentality is feudal. I'm the Sarkar, you are the Praja, and what the hell, you have a right to appeal. Yes, but then the next higher guy, I say to him, it's not the useless chapter. So he agrees with me or he agrees with you, you keep appealing. No, I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, it's difficult. It's not difficult to change it unless it is, provided you make it clear that the purpose was to be guided by the law and there is a sanctity to the appellate process, and you don't take everything to the Supreme Court. I mean, for tax matters to go to the Supreme Court is ludicrous. And usually the argument, by the way, if you look at the argument given internally, and everything I'm saying is about what I used to hear during UPA times. I have no idea whether things have improved or not, but it's not a criticism. I mean, even then, I used to talk to some of our top guys and think, why the hell are these things going to the Supreme Court? And they would say, but you know, you don't know the quality of the high courts. But this is just silly. There you are.
More questions, please. I think, gentlemen, there you had a question. Yeah, you can come up, please. Thank you.
Sir, Ambesh, you are formerly with Vidhi, great fan of yours. Wanted to ask on the MSME credit guarantees, because the credit flow of the MSMEs have been decreasing year on year. Even the accounts of MSMEs are coming down. Should we have an institution like coded in Korea, or a credit guarantee institution that will enhance the credit flow of the MSME?
I don't know enough about that. I mean, I've heard about it. I don't know how they work it out. But you had a specific problem? I mean, if there is an institution that wants to give a guarantee.
So we have two institutions, which is CGT, MSC, and NCT.
And how's it working?
It's not known completely. I believe you were on one of these committees to review the ECLGS.
No. Must be somebody else. I'm not. So I mean, you thought I was on the committee, so I could tell you what progress we are making, or
No,
you had a.
What is your thoughts on improving credit flow?
No, look, it's quite clear to me that, you know, credit guarantees are a good thing. And small operators and even medium operators, I mean, we have such a collateral-based lending system that some of the best startups in the world would not have got credit in India if they happened to happen in India. Because unless they had a house or a land or something, nobody would give them any money. So therefore you have a credit guarantee, that's good. But you know, you should judge the credit guarantee by, I mean, if it goes broke, then it's not doing a good job. I think the problem there, and you've been involved, I was told, the Vidhi's been involved in the IBC. I do think, by the way, the IBC, which is a UPA, is not a UPA, the idea was being talked about, was done by the present government, I think in 2016 or so. A very good intention, but you know, as with everything, it's going to take a lot of time before we work out the details. I mean, one of the worst things I found was, it's very interesting, that it was very clearly laid out. The idea was that if a guy defaults, then basically he's had it. But then they said, yeah, but you know, the institution also has obligations to workers, so what he gets, who's got a first claim on whatever happens if you liquidate the organization. So one is, what about workers? Well, we feel soft about that, fine. What about, and the problem there, of course, is that if a fellow is defaulting and he's simply not paying his workers, and you don't take action immediately, you delay it by 2 years, the dues of workers keep going up because they're not effectively legally fired and so on. Then somebody said, but you know, what about other creditors, unsecured creditors? Now the IBC was never meant, I mean the whole point was that if secured credit should be high quality credit. No, we must bring, then somebody said, well, what about fellows who've bought flats? I mean, that bit got diluted, chalo, a certain amount of dilution for certain categories. But then you ran into the situation where the banks really didn't want to take the defaulting creditor, and the Reserve Bank of India had to instruct them that the top 12 defaulters, you push them into bankruptcy. I mean, this is typical. It's how the system works. But I just hope that all these things get brushed out of the system. Next year, it will be 10 years since the IBC began. I would be very happy, by the way, if from next year onwards, if we could say that things are working fine, and we spent 10 years, you know, learning, I would be quite happy. And I suspect your credit guarantee will be exactly the same thing. Incidentally, there are people, when you say credit guarantee, guaranteeing a sort of a trade credit is a different thing altogether. And that, to my mind, should work very well. I mean, if a medium and small industry has sold something to Tata's or to L&T or what have you, and they discount that bill, which has been accepted, by giving this fellow a slightly higher interest rate, and then spend their time litigating against the big fellows, that to my mind, but that's working already. I mean, I don't know how well it's working. It's there. Is it working well?
It is working. We have a system.
Yeah. So, you know, that sort of credit guarantee, but credit guarantee where somebody comes along and says, I have a brilliant idea, I'm going to produce a fantastic app. And he does produce the app, but nobody wants it. Well, I mean, you know, many of these things are not ideally suited for credit. They're suited for venture capital. I mean, you put your money at risk, you back 100 people, 95 of them fail, 5 of them become NVIDIA, and you make enough money on the equity of that. That's the model that needs to work.
Thank you so much, sir. We have time for one last question. Anyone? So I'll take the liberty to... Oh, there is one? Okay. There, please. Aage aa jaiye, please.
Can you come up?
Sir, I am a law student who also studies economics. So, my question is regarding one of the themes is climate resilient cities of today's discussion. But when I see this topic, it seems more of a curation of a disease, not the prevention. Because cities in India, especially tier 1 and tier 2, are already so polluted that it is like we have to save them and bring them back to the origin. Why policies don't focus on climate resilient agriculture or climate resilient rural areas of India? You have done incredible work with World Bank on agriculture and rural areas. What's your opinion?
No, I mean, first, as far as cities are concerned, you're absolutely right that it's a completely new phenomenon. The most important thing about, and you're also right that 15 of the 20 most polluted cities in the world are in India. And we have about 22 years or 21 years now to get to Viksit Bharat. And surely Viksit Bharat must mean that only 2 of the 20 most polluted cities are in India. And this means that 18 of these cities must become unpolluted. Now, if you sit down seriously and look at the nature of the pollution, whatever team achieves this deserves the highest national honor at the end of the process, okay? And I'm saying this really, the problems are different from city to city. I mean, Bangalore, for example, or Bengaluru as it's now called, I mean, is in many ways a fantastic demonstration of Indian entrepreneurship and also a fantastic demonstration of collapse of Indian governance, not at the national level, it's at the state level and the city level. I think the idea that cities are going to improve because the central government is going to lay down some framework and give them money, fundamentally wrong. Cities are going to improve if state governments take the view that we are going to make Bangalore Viksit Bharat or Viksit something. You should have Viksit cities or some such program. And the moment they consult anybody what to do, you will get a list of things, and this is something Vidhi could do, by the way, because the difference between India and China, and this is very important, in China, nobody has rights over land. All land is owned by the government. So therefore, if you decide that in the interest of the greater glorification of China, this particular area around which there are about 100 people or 1,000 people, in 5,000 people, need to be relocated, you just give them an eviction notice. And if they don't evict, they're not evicted, you can take a bulldozer and you're not violating anybody's legal right, because everybody can be declared an illegal occupant. That's not true in India. So now, you have to ask yourself, if that is so, what are we going to do? By the way, something I recommend Vidhi to do. I mean, the Dharavi resettlement program, if it works, and I suspect that if we have, I mean, you have to make a prediction, but since I don't know if Dharavi is a company, I don't want to advise whether you should buy their shares or not. But those guys know how to build what they want to build, that's for sure. But whether the kind of arrangement will come under question, I really think, I have not seen, by the way, the concession agreement. I don't know if it's publicly known. It must be, it's a public project. I think Vidhi should do an analysis free for the government of Maharashtra and say that, look, whether you like it or not, several NGOs, including NGOs from abroad and politicians, are going to question this agreement. And do you think, from a legal point of view, there are infirmities or not? I think it would be a fascinating thing to do, and frankly, it would be good to do it, I mean, even in the interest of the promoters, but I don't know if it's being done. You raised a very important question, but I don't think there's a simple answer to it. And I mean, for example, look, one of the simplest things is, I mean, you've got to remove the traffic congestion in these cities, quite apart from the fact that you need to realign the roads quite a bit, broaden them or whatever. You need to put in a really superior public transport system. That requires, that's just a financial problem. I mean, it requires sort of money. But then we've also decided that women must travel free. And along with that, we are committed that women must be gender equality, etc. Now, you know, the logic of that is that, I mean, I'm, by the way, in favor of giving the extra support to women, the extra nudge, etc. But the logic of that is that we should double the rate for men. Otherwise, you're making the transport system will collapse. Because if you take a transport system and say, here you are, this is your revenue stream, you look moderately viable, I'm going to cut the revenue stream in half. So they'll say, fine, then you give me a subsidy to replace it. And you say, no, wo dekhi jayegi. So what will happen is that, you know, there won't be funds to repair buses, etc. The thing will slowly deteriorate. The interesting thing is that when I gave a lecture once at a bunch of very knowledgeable people, and I said, how How many of you think it's a good idea to exempt fares for women? Exempt them for women, whether rich or poor, doesn't matter. And like 80% of the hands went up. And then I said, how many of you think it's a good idea to double the fare for men? And no hands went up. So, you know, I mean, if that is so, how are we? And if you don't provide a good public system, why do you think the cars will ease off? And apart from that, there's a water problem. Now, let me say something about agriculture. It's a very important point you made, because, you know, the ADB has analyzed the impact of climate change. I don't know how accurate it is, but I think they've said that the way things are going, which includes we're doing something, others are doing something, but we're not doing enough. And that's very clear. India's agricultural productivity will be about 15 to 16% lower at the end of the century. Now, if we had a lot of land, we would say, well, okay, we'll just put in another 20%, expand the land there. We don't have land. And we want to increase production, but productivity is going to go down. So what are we going to do? Well, I mean, obviously, we should have at least another 200 MS Swaminathans. But what would the MS Swaminathans do? They would do all this genetic research that is going on. But then you have a bunch of NGOs who say that, no, we can't allow any genetically modified seed. So, you know, I mean, now, I don't know what the science is. These things need to be debated more openly in the scientific community. Deepak Pental, who used to be Vice Chancellor of Delhi University, I think he's developed a genetically modified mustard, okay, which is pretty good, but it has not been approved because of pressure. So, you know, these are the multiple interests that come up. And I think they come up, I mean, it's good that we have a system where we can say that, look, it's an open system, you've got a problem, raise it. Because, you know, I mean, I can raise an objection on behalf of the public against the release of any new variety. This would be fine if the court system was perfect and within a week or 2 weeks this is disposed of one way or the other. But if you have a court system where if I raise this issue, I know that it's stuck for the next 10 years and I get all the publicity that I want. I mean, how are we going to handle this? I don't have a solution. But this is where Vidhi and people like you should make people aware that please don't just talk of policies being implemented. Please look at these aspects.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we can go on for the entire day with his encyclopedic knowledge. But I again thank the audience for participating in this discussion. Before we close this, I'll request my colleagues Malaika and Karishma to just give you a small token of appreciation.
We shall now proceed for the first of what promised to be 4 deeply insightful sessions lined up for today. For the first session, we shall be exploring unlocking of the potential of open government data. The session is going to be moderated by Ms. Shehnaz Ahmed, who leads the Center for Applied Law and Technology Research at Vidhi. Over to you, Shehnaz.
Thank you so much, Karishma. Good morning, everyone. Thank you once again for joining us. And welcome to this session on unlocking the potential of open government data. Before we get into the session, I'll quickly introduce our stellar lineup of speakers here. We have Astha Kapoor, who is the co-founder of Aapti Institute. We have Mr. Gaurav Godhwani, who is the founder of Civic Data Labs. We have Professor Tavpritesh Sethi, who is the professor at Department of Computational Biology and founding head at the Center of Excellence in Healthcare at IIIT Delhi. This sort of discussion, as India is bracing up for the India AI Impact Summit, which is happening next year, a common theme which often dominates a lot of conversations is how do we democratize access to data sets? This also interestingly comes at a time when India now has its Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So data is no longer a technological resource, but it is very core to how we think about innovation, how we think about governance. Over the course of last couple of years, we have heard government agencies talking about the potential of open data, how these data ecosystems can be designed, but I do feel that there are a lot of important questions that still remain open. Questions around what actually is open data, who owns these data sets, how do we make such data sets open, who's liable for the quality and accuracy of such data sets. So these are no longer academic questions. I think they are fundamental to how we design data ecosystems, how we design digital public infrastructure that depends on this data ecosystems. And to help us unpack these issues, we have with us a fantastic lineup of speakers who will share their different perspectives. So without further ado, let me quickly start. Asta, I'll start with you. I think we sort of throw around these terms, non-personal data, open data, government data, and I think sometimes the sort of meanings are conflated, the boundaries are merged, you know. And I was reading about some report that Apti Institute had also done around data stewardship. I just wanted to, I think before we sort of begin the discussion, it might be useful, do you think that there is perhaps a need to even have some sort of conceptual clarity of what does open data even mean, and how is it different from other kinds of data sets? So maybe if that's something that you can sort of throw light.
Yeah, I think that the conversation on data itself is, you know, it takes shapes different things. And I mean, India just got its own data protection legislation now, which talks about personal data, which has like personal identifiers. So that's one category. They had within that different categories also over the course of the various versions of the data protection legislation in terms of like what is sensitive, what is not sensitive, all of that sort of like got watered down. So we now have this category of personal data. And we also have this category of open data, which is also relatively well defined. It comes with standards of sharing and things like that, which I'm sure Gaurav can talk more about. But there's this like middle thing in the middle, which is like what happens between open data on one end and personal data that is protected on the other end. And I think that's what is increasingly very interesting. And I don't think the category of personal and non-personal data makes sense anymore, largely because the way data is used and scraped and gathered, particularly in the context of now what we've seen in the last 3 years of large language models, they don't distinguish between the types of data that exist, right? They just sort of guzzle it all up. So I think that we have to have new frameworks of thinking about what are the types of data, and we've always maintained that data type is not a reasonable way of thinking about governing data. We think we have to think about use and also start to push against some of the harms. So for instance, if data is being used for, say, discrimination, that is what you need to govern. It doesn't matter what type of data is being used for discrimination. It just matters that discrimination is occurring. So I think that needs to be, and I think some of the European discussions are also moving to uses of data versus what data actually is. And when I talk, and I think like the open data question is also an interesting one, particularly in the context of the government. And this is also, coming up. You mentioned the AI Summit, and yesterday there was a consultation on the Democratize AI Resources working group, which is also focused on data as well as compute, right? And I think what we are doing in the context of data and open data is really thinking about innovation. So how do we increase access to data, and how do we increase the ability to develop AI models based on data? But we don't think enough about how do we democratize the value from data, as well as how do we democratize the governance of data. And I think those two bits are, sort of unknowns, and two parts of the world that we as Apti work a lot on. So happy to get into that.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Astha. I sort of totally echo your point. I think with a lot of the emerging technologies that are coming up, I think the binary of personal, non-personal perhaps is slightly blurring. I think coming here, Gaurav, I think you have worked a lot with open data ecosystems. whenever this conversation around open data happens, I think one of the things that we have often noticed is that people sort of tend to say, okay, you know, come, let's think about technological ways to just make data technologically available. But what does it actually take to make data open, which is also usable from, you know, from the perspective of users, so that it's valuable? So perhaps if, you know, you can sort of come in here.
Thanks a lot, Vidhi and Shahnaz, for having me here. I'm Gaurav Godwani. I'm co-founder of Civic Data Lab. We are a research lab focused on strengthening data and AI for public good. To answer your question, Shahnaz, if with your permission, can I do a quick poll just to see what's the emotion in the room? So how many of us have tried to access government data in last 10 years or so? Great. How many of us found the data we were looking for? Suddenly the hands are going down. How many of us really enjoyed the quality of data we found? Very few. So that's the reality when we talk about open government data, right? And it's not just the government data. I would talk about other data sets for public good as well. We face the same challenge. 5 principles broadly define sort of openness when it comes to open data. Number 1 is accessibility, how discoverable your data sets are. Most of us do a Google search or ask our favorite LLM model what kind of data exists for my country, for my state, for my city, for the kind of district I belong to. Most of the time, these data sets are not discoverable in these engines. Some of the time, we find the data sets, but there is no API around it. So you have to manually download files and files and archives of data set. Also, there are no options of bulk download of some of the data sets, which makes it much more tricky. Apart from that is the licensing issue. We don't know in which license these data sets are. We don't know how I can reuse it, redistribute it. If I am a startup making a commercial business model out of it, I don't know how much revenue I need to keep parked for sourcing this data set. So those are the kind of challenges happen in terms of licensing of some of these data sets. In terms of usability and formats, as a community, we're still debating what is now machine readable. But traditionally, machine readable used to be files which you can access by machine and are human readable as well. Without any proprietary formats, I don't need to install a particular software to access those particular data sets. But now with the whole AI revolution, we are seeing the machine readability has also changed. What used to be machine readable before, now those definitions need to be reconsidered. Standardized. I'm sure you would have faced this situation when you try to access certain data sets. The date formats would be in multiple forms. You have to manually clean it. Now, there are algorithms to help you out, but the date formats are still the simplest one to work with. Be it your village names, be it your other data categories, sometimes those are trickier in terms of formatting, and we always struggle to ensure the standardized format of it. And lastly, the data publisher. If I'm facing any issue with the data, do I know whom to reach out? How can I reach out to them? Can I submit a query to them that this is the problem I've been facing with the data? So these 5 principles actually revolve around how openness can be defined of a particular data, especially government data in public domain. We have seen little progress happening in a decade's time frame on how this openness has been taken seriously. And that's where I think as a community we can work towards. And when it comes to broader data for public good realm, we have seen similar challenges with data sets published by civil societies, research communities, academic institutes, and as well as with businesses, because businesses like the CSR model, they are also trying to see data CSR, where they're trying to publish certain data sets for open access. But then those data sets suddenly get shut down because of competitive environment or some other business priorities. So how do we ensure there is more proactive flow of open data if we really want to make AI for public good? That's what we are focusing upon.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. I think this is quite sort of helpful to understand, sort of setting the context for today's discussion. Professor Sethi, I'd like to sort of come to you. You're someone who works around healthcare data sets. I'm just wondering, what is the what is the value that you see in open data ecosystems when we think about innovation around data-driven technologies in the healthcare sector? What are some of the characteristics that you would essentially look for in data sets when you are thinking about leveraging them for purposes of healthcare research?
Thank you, Shahnaz and Vidhi, for having me here. I'm Tav Pritesh. I lead a lab that works on health datasets and AI at IIIT Delhi. I think Gaurav already alluded to a couple of principles that make a dataset usable and valuable. And coming from a research environment, we typically look at research datasets, but also layer it with datasets that are made available by the governments all across the world. So I think the principles that are useful for health data are FAIR principles. It's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And you can add a few more letters to it and expand the acronym, but I think what is the key missing piece in the health data sets is the interoperability. So we can make a data set open and available, but if it is not fit for purpose, and I'm not talking about bad quality data, if the data sets cannot talk to each other, we cannot bring them together, harmonize them, and make them reusable for answering some questions. So I think that's where one of the biggest challenges in the healthcare space lies, because we don't implement standards. It's not that we don't have standards. We have standards like the ICD from the WHO. We have standards like the SNOMED from the SNOMED City International. And ABDM is actually making huge strides in standardizing data sets. There's some way to go. The other component about what characteristics about, so just to give an example around this. So in COVID-19, there's I think more than a couple 100,000 data sets that were made available freely and still being made available freely as a part of research outputs on platforms like Figshare, Zenodo, which encourage researchers to link their publications with open data. So we actually conducted a study to ask how interoperable are these data sets. So for example, if a clinical data which says the patient has high blood pressure, or not, right? Some other study may say hypertension or not. So if we try to bring together these data sets on the FAIR platforms, I'm not talking about data sets which are not traceable, we cannot have the provenance for that. On FAIR platforms, 2% was the interoperability of the data sets. So it's a huge problem. We thought maybe we can use AI, LLMs to harmonize them better, read code books. 23% to 24% is what we could achieve. Significant improvement, but still a huge gap. So you can already see that the value of data that can be unlocked relies a lot upon how interoperable are these data sets, which is a big challenge I think probably the biggest challenge in many of these data sets. And then there are other things, for example, when we're trying to bring together data sets, we really need to think about the spatiotemporal aspects, the context, right? Think about the government data like the canvas upon which a certain data plays out. How do you have an integration across these layers of various data sets to come to an insight which is interventionable, which can lead to some policy change or some action and so on. So I think those are the key things that I'll take a pause here, but those are the key things which need to be addressed before we can make open data really usable and of value.
Sure. Thank you so much. I think we sort of talked about what actually makes data open. I think Professor Sethi alluded to some of the challenges that certain sectors often face when dealing with this data. Gaurav, I'd like to sort of come to you here. You sort of listed out certain characteristics or certain features that open data sort of needs to have. So in your experience, what are some of the institutional barriers that we see when it comes to developing open data ecosystems? One, that. And second, I think, is also a question about scaling up. So, I mean, India, we do see there are a lot of different initiatives, whether it's in the context of open government platform data, whether it's in the context of data exchanges. I think a question, there is a lot of discussion around how do we scale up these models? What are the kind of mechanisms or institutional sort of interventions that are required, whether it's in the context of the quality of data sets itself or whether we need to think about incentive mechanisms. So if perhaps that's something that you can throw some light on.
Sure. So as a country, we have invested a lot in our digitization journey. We have invested a lot on digital public infrastructure. But what remains a challenge for us is the R&D budget, research and development budget. And what also remains a challenge for us is investment on openness, be it open source software, be it open content on government websites, be it the content being generated by several government departments, not just the PIBs of the country, but also all other content being generated for public consumption. There is limited openness on it, and same comes to open data. And I would say much more is a tricky, flow of money coming to open data related efforts. We see the chief data officers in the country remain a voluntary position, both at the national level, state level, as well as wherever the smart cities or district level chief data officers are. We also see a challenge that these voluntary positions are taken up by officers who are joint secretary and above generally, but have multiple portfolios already in their, on their head, which they have to manage, giving very less time for them to invest on identifying high-value data sets and sharing them proactively. And lastly, most of these positions remain vacant. So if there is a change or a transfer of power which happens, then you still don't have your chief data officer in a particular line department at the state level, at the national level. Much more worse is the situation at the city level. So how do we make this more mandatory, that these positions are required if we really want to up our game and just be there compared to other growing economies, have a robust data ecosystem. The third issue I face is mostly the interaction between the government interface, which is traditionally seen as data producers, with the community, be it the academia community, the startup community, the civil society community. There's very less dialogue between these stakeholders on what are some of the high-value data sets which we really need to work together, and how do we bring all of those in a consumable manner, which would benefit both government and other ecosystem players. How we can solve for some of it, because I don't want to just put problems in front of all of you. We need to also start looking into some solutions which already exist. I think be it ADB, be it World Bank, be it other development banks, they also now have a proactive data disclosure requirement when they give loans to governments. I think that's a very interesting model to ensure certain of the data sets which are related to socioeconomic development indicators are released on a timely basis in a format which is interoperable, usable, and accessible. Why not we make it for all major investments the government of India is doing or our subnational government's doing? Why we need to rely on development banks to guide us on some of these things? That's my hypothesis. Another one is to ensure moving towards data collaboratives, where we have more stakeholders actually working to open up data rather than just the government as the sole stakeholder. So a lot of data sets, as Professor Pritesh was mentioning, that academia is generating. A lot of data sets are think tanks and civil societies generate. How do we make all of these data sets come together and make more interoperable? And that's the opportunity with data collaboratives, and have a much more community-driven governing model and set up regular dialogues, data dialogues on some of the high priority use cases. For example, we are such a diverse country with such diverse linguistic and cultural heritage. If we really want to make AI models work, we need to audit and evaluate these AI models from our linguistic and cultural diversity. But we don't, again, have enough data sets to actually check whether this model is going to work for the kind of language I speak or the kind of use case I face in the geography I'm coming from. So ensuring these data sets are created with help of the startup ecosystem, the civil societies, the volunteer groups, and academia, and produced in a way which could be used for public good purposes might solve for some of the issues we face.
Sure, thank you. Gaurav, just to sort of follow up, one issue that often sort of comes up is around economic incentives for, let's say, for providers of like people who are contributing data sets. So I was just wondering if you think that there is, have we reached, but it's also a very sensitive question because questions around pricing and all, because it's also eventually tied to the question of who owns the data in the first place. I was just wondering if you think that at an industry level, at an ecosystem level, have we reached some consensus on perhaps how we need to think about economic incentives or conversations on pricing?
I can give some 2 points, and I'm sure Asta is going to talk a bit more about it. A lot of conversation on data cooperatives is brewing in the country, where we are trying to see how can we create value for our data laborers. And the data labor which happens in our country is quite huge compared to other developed economies, and that's the case with other global majorities as well. We are currently seen in the AI landscape as data providers, data labelers. Karya is trying to do some work to create an incentive model where they are trying to pay the data laborers across India with a clear incentive model. But again, some of these things are still governed by big tech players on what kind of licensing this data set would be, and that changes the price completely. A certain big tech player would come and say that I want to have all data set exclusively licensed to just me, and all the labor which we are paying for needs to be agreed upon the certain price point. The data sets generated by the data laborers, they would not probably have the right to that data set itself and might not get the royalty over a certain time period. So those are the kind of challenges as a community we're still figuring out. They are not very well-defined standards of data incentivization at this point. Going beyond the data labeling work, I think we struggle to see that framework also for civil societies, for startups, and for academia, in case they are producing certain data sets and they have to put a price to it if it needs to be consumed by data for, say, public good, or it needs to be consumed by government. There's very limited incentive there at this point, financial incentive there, and that's not very, I would say as a community, we're yet defining what that right model would be.
Sure. Thank you so much, Gaurav. I mean, coming to you, Astha, I think Gaurav also sort of referred to it about data collaboratives, and I was wondering that, traditionally when we hold conversations around open data ecosystems at India began, it was mostly about just publishing data or making data, it was just an API-based release, but I know that Aapti has also been working around different data sharing models, whether it's data trust, data collaboratives. I was just wondering if you think it's time for us to perhaps explore newer data sharing models in India, and especially in the concepts of data collaboratives or data cooperatives, how do conversations around economic incentives, data sharing, accountability sort of work? So if perhaps that's something that you can sort of.
Yeah, I think that we should keep in mind that in this particular moment, open data is not seen as that kind of silver bullet anymore. We've seen that, the walls are going up because there are these, data guzzling models lurking. So, websites, institutions, they are putting up barriers to remove the ability of these models to come and suck out the data, because without consent and without compensation, right? So there is an opportunity in this time to think about alternative models for data sharing that are not the more sort of, early internet open data variety of models. And this is not just us, this is like organizations and institutions that have been legacy organizations, have paved the way for open data, such as Creative Commons, are also thinking about new models. So Creative Commons has something called CC Signals now, which is actually trying to get people to share data, but with licenses that are not the usual CC licenses, but with an ability to add a condition to it. Mozilla as well is also doing, which is, the sort of spearing force behind Common Voice, is also set up something called the Mozilla Data Collaborative, which again is allowing people to share data, but with conditions. So just going back to the value of data is not just in sharing and making money of it, it is also attaching a certain degree of values to data. So, for instance, in the Mozilla platform, there is a Armenian language community that has released its data of its newspaper and things like that on the Mozilla platform. But their condition is that companies that have revenues of less than 1 million can access that data, right? So people are trying to assert a certain kind of agency even in this context through these models. CC Signal also allows for things like this, which is that you can say that who you want to share it with, who you don't want to share it with, what terms you want for it, what it should be used, because that's the other part, which is that purpose limitation is very, very hard to impose. In this context, the work that we're doing is about how communities can actually draw value from their data, not just by opening it up, but also by finding pathways through which they can get more out of their data. And that could very well mean, I don't want to share it with so-and-so, or I don't want to, have it used for, in the context of health, for, I want it used for diseases that matter to my community, such as, say, sickle cell anemia, but I don't want it to be monetized by pharmaceutical companies that are going to come and, have their biases and misrepresentations of our communities. We've seen this in low resource languages as well, where again, they're like, we want to use AI models for our community, but we don't want it to go to Microsoft and Meta. So I think it is the time to problematize the problem of open data a little bit more. I don't think it's the silver bullet we've been thinking, both in terms of innovation or in terms of finding services, agency, a democratization that we thought would come from openness. I think that ship has sailed a little bit, where places like Llama or, models like Llama, like, oh, we should have text data mining exceptions because we are open and therefore a public good. Right? So, I think that while for a country like India, it is important to think about its data resources, I think thinking about open data as the only way to share is so a long answer to your short question. But I think that this gives us an opportunity to think about exactly in the way that I mentioned with Mozilla or Common Voice, or Common Creative Commons, what are the different models? We've been doing a landscaping for the last few months on what are the various kinds of data exchanges, right? Because data exchanges are the third DPI, which is there's ID payments data, and then they're also a pillar of the AI supply chain. So there's data compute talent, if you were to be very simplistic about these things. So in that context, how do you create ecosystems of support where you can exercise strategic autonomy as a country over your data resources? You can exercise, an ability to create ecosystems where, say, Indian companies or global South companies are able to use data meaningfully to create innovations that matter to us, as well as you can hold accountable the sort of data guzzlers in the form of American big tech, so that you can either tax them or conceal or, have mechanisms of exercising that agency over your data resources. Europe is building things like health data spaces, right? They keep going back and forth, but I think now with the push to sovereignty, that is also something. And again, in the context of India as well, we do need to think about our strategic autonomy and sovereignty in the context of data. We don't have a lot else going on for us in terms of the AI ecosystem, right? We don't have a lot of compute resources. We don't make foundational models. Talent you cannot, really control. People will go where they go. So the only thing that we can actually exercise a certain amount of agency over with, is data. So I think it is time to think of models in terms of exchanges. There are P2P exchanges, there are data exchanges in the forms of data lakes, spaces, etc. But again, I would nudge us to think about what our motivation as a country is. Is it to open it up To what end? Is it to exercise strategic autonomy? To what end? Is it to create community-based models, which we are very keen on, but then, they need to be supported in the law. So how do we think about what our objective is? Because right now, I think even in the context of India AI Impact Summit, we are still in the development access bucket, and we're not thinking about it strategically. So, yeah.
Sure, thank you. Just wanted to, I think, as a follow-up, I mean, where do you see India right now insofar as, experimenting or rather working around these different data sharing models? Because I know that we obviously moved, we have moved to a data exchange model, but there also, perhaps we are still sort of limited in how much we are exploring. So, you spoke about the different data sharing models. Do you see any such kind of pilots, prototypes that are there in India?
Yeah, so when we think about data exchanges in India, we're thinking about account aggregators and consent managers, which is currently functioning as a personal data sharing ecosystem, which is that you have data as an individual sitting with bank 1, you want to get a loan from bank 2, and the data exchange helps you move data from point A to point B with consent and revocability and granularity, which is great, right? Like that needs to happen. On the next step, I think that the models are still missing in the context of India, right? We've looked at, I think the most mature one is what I've seen is the confidential clean rooms that is being built as part of DAPA 2.0, which is still in a very experimental stage, which is that, you create these confidential clean rooms, which, Professor Tatparesh will know, like hospitals have always done these confidential clean rooms, right? Which is that you don't take the data out, you send the model in, and the model trains and it comes out, which is an interesting way of thinking about it. I think it is already being done in the context of health with data memorial and things like that, but these are very small models. We don't have a meaningful data strategy that allows us to experiment and allows us to go from motivation to model to implementation. If you don't think about motivation and start being like, we are going to make this like data space, then it's not going to have any governance around it. For us, it's really important that we think about bottom-up data sharing, because nothing should be just top-down, because communities and institutions are also sovereign entities in this ecosystem. And as I was saying, a group of patients stewarding their own data want to direct it to a certain purpose and not to another. So it's a really, really complicated ecosystem, but my only submission is that we need to start thinking about what our motivations are. Models will come, right? But if we don't think about why we want to unlock or why we want to not unlock, who we want to share it with and for what purpose, then we won't be able to think about the models. So to me, it's a much more sort of like a more philosophical question than a functional one.
Sure. Thank you. I think this is quite helpful. Coming to perhaps now the quality of data sets. A lot of data sets today obviously imbibe existing inequities that are there. And Professor Sethi, coming to you, when we look at health data sets, we do need granularity there. But do you think when we look at accessing open data ecosystems, do you think those, if data sets do not meet certain standards, if they still continue to reflect biases, do you think open data ecosystems actually go ahead and amplify these kind of biases, especially, and its impact, especially in critical sectors like healthcare?
Thank you, Shahnaz. I think we do have a tug of war when we think about inclusion and privacy. So when we want data, when we want models and data to be inclusive, at the same time we want to protect who the data is coming from. I think there's always a conflict between these two. If I want to make a model that works well for everybody, I want as much granular and detailed information available on the people, which can then perhaps, smart models, smart people can unlock that data and clearly identify who the person is. In today's world, there's no real, looking at genomics, there's no real privacy from that standpoint. So open data sets do face this challenge, that how do we really put that threshold where we say that we keep the value of the data, yet have the right inclusion of all facets, as well as maintain the privacy and anonymization intact. And I think an answer to that is to basically risk stratify. We have to think, and Asa also mentioned about that, we need to think about why are we doing this? What are we doing it for? We need to have use cases tagged to the data sets, and then perhaps have a stratification approach. How risky is it if I don't have a high quality data set? To what extent for a certain application? And that may mean differently. For example, in critical care settings, the risk is high. Maybe in an OPD settings, the risk is low. In a community health settings, there's a different set of risks that we are playing with. And that's where I think we need open data sets along with use cases tied to the purpose with which we want to use these data sets, and also risk stratify along those lines. I do want to come a little bit to what the economic incentives might be, and since we had that, I'm taking the liberty to actually foray into that. A model that a very high value industry, the pharma industry, has actually been looking at is to have pre-competitive models, right? So for example, as a pharma company, I would not want to share my precious data with another pharma company. But then we also know that none of us is able to unlock the full value of the data sets alone. So how do we bring together these collaboratives is perhaps by collaborating on some certain sets of data where we can have, for example, in pharma, toxicity is a big problem, right? No company can solve that alone. Can we agree on some certain set of data sets and fields that we can make available? Maybe, and that's actually been tried before with several companies like Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer and all of them coming together, releasing some open data sets as challenges. And in turn, that actually leads to advancement that benefits each one of them and also the open community. So it's a win-win for each of these. So I think that's one of these possibilities where we can look at these high value, high risk data sets to be brought together with economic incentives that can feed back into the value chain. I'll take a pause here.
Sure. Thank you so much. I think, Gaurav, coming to you, I think for Civic Data Labs sort of emphasizes, I mean, you have made available a lot of open data sets, and, you know, your organization sort of emphasizes on privacy by design, especially, you know, when it comes to sensitive sectors like healthcare. I'm wondering that, you know, as in more, we are trying to think about data sets from an AI perspective. There is a kind of granularity that we need in those data sets. Is there a trade-off between ensuring this granularity and privacy-related concerns? So is there a trade-off when we are thinking about it from a design perspective? And if yes, how do we sort of then think about privacy by design for open data ecosystems while also maintaining the granularity and specificity needed?
Right. Thanks, Shanaz. So I think all three of us were trying to allude towards use case-based approach to openness. I think that's the detail is there in the pudding, trying to identify what are the use cases we really want to prioritize in terms of our socioeconomic development, what kind of openness for that use case with the help of domain experts, with help of community leaders, with help of the startup ecosystem, academia ecosystem, we can think of, which would put the right guardrails in terms of confidentiality, privacy, potential harms and risks with those data sets. At the same time, create some value, potential value for the community we are trying to serve. For example, when it comes to child rights, we did a case study with the Hug Center for Child Rights and Macquarie University in Australia, trying to see how case records related to children are being published in 13 countries. And we realized that by the way, all the countries agree that we need to protect the privacy of children and their families involved. But in practice, we saw gaps in terms of redaction of that information proactively. Now, this is where we need to put some legal safeguards to protect the confidentiality of children involved. And similarly, we need to aggregate that information to also understand what is the case burden on our courts and where we really need to solve to ensure that we fast track some of these cases. And that's where the transparency angle comes into play. Now, if one party decides that this is what we need to retract and we would not publish any information about the cases we are facing, the other party would struggle to see where the gaps are. So there is this constant negotiation between the stakeholders required to actually make a use case work for the community. And that's where the data collaboratives really activate. Same would be the case with health, same would be the case with other sectors. So trying to find that balance and then try to have the legal guardrails around it is what I would recommend.
Sure. I mean, just sort of following up with the Professor Sethi on this, I think this sort of what I asked Gaurav sort of is very relevant in the context of healthcare because, again, I mean, we spoke about how the granularity of data perhaps is relevant when we are thinking about leveraging data-driven technologies in healthcare research. Yet, at the same time, this is one sector where privacy is a very important consideration. So do you feel the existing open data ecosystems or the data ecosystems in India sort of help in sort of ensuring this kind of privacy or this kind of safeguards, or is there scope for improvement? So perhaps what are some of the practices in the healthcare sector that you look at when perhaps thinking about data quality while at the same time ensuring privacy?
In health tech, I think we are pretty nascent in the space of, because with the AI and the data approaches that are currently being tried in various healthcare settings, it's really hard. For example, what if I changed 1 pixel in a CT scan or an MRI? An adversarial attack can actually make some of the information which, it would actually mix up the information and it would make it unusable. Similarly, I think in terms of privacy, we may say that we have made the health records completely anonymized, but unless we have the guarantees, and there's differential privacy and security and all of that, but truly they all come with some confidence intervals and bounds that we can say. So I think we are pretty nascent in the space of health and data privacy and inclusion. All that I know and can say about is that we need, it won't come from data technologies. It would have to come from collaboration and coming on the table and to discuss what do we agree and not agree upon, and then perhaps having a purpose and what is beyond that purpose. I think that needs to be clearly specified. So I think in my opinion, if given the current data sets that are already out there, it is very easy actually to identify exactly who the person may be. If we strip all that information about that person, that may make the model completely useless for a health decision. It's not a data question, it's not a technology question, I think it's a legal regulatory question that we need to come and address together, and we are pretty much early in that stage.
Sure. Thank you so much. And I think this sort of brings us, because, at Vidhi also we have been involved in sort of developing certain data exchanges. And a question that often comes up when the data exchanges start operating is questions around accountability and liability. I mean, assuming, let's say we have a data exchange with sort of where a contributor sort of provided data sets and the user of the data set wanted the data set on a real-time basis, and the data did not sort of come on a real-time basis, or, let's say there was an issue with quality. Given the various players in the ecosystem, where does the accountability sort of rest in such scenarios? So I think a question, this is something about liability, accountabilities are questions that often comes up in once the data exchange or data sharing models work. Asta, I think my last question to you here would be, when we think about data sharing models, whether it is in the context of how traditionally open data ecosystems work or data collaboratives, what do you think are some of the governance principles that are, that will be common and that needs to be thought about right at the beginning? Because I think often what happens is that governance becomes like a last minute conversation. It's never, we talk about privacy by design, but I think we also need to think about governance by design. So maybe if that's something that you can throw light on.
Yeah, so for us, the biggest principle for governance is participation, right? And participation not just of the data, not just people whose data it is, but also those who are impacted by the data, right? So for instance, if there is a data collaborative for Delhi's air, then that should include the people of Delhi in some shape and form. So there is, for me, the principle is participation. The other one is democratizing value. We think that for any kind of data sharing ecosystem to be successful, we need to think about the value distribution that is not just being hoarded by certain groups. So even if it is in the case of the pharma collaborative that Professor Sethi talked about, I think even in that context, if pharma companies are going to use patient data to make a lot of money, then I think that distribution of value from the use of that data should be considered. So that's the other thing, which is like, how do we think about participation? And from that, we will have ideas on how do we think about the democratization or distribution of value. And then the third one is, again, accountability, but also grievance redressal against harm. I think that that's the third principle that we never think about, you know, in the context of data, because we know that these will be misused. We need to be governing from the perspective of what harm the use of data can have. So for instance, if drugs are being determined for certain communities and not others, or are going in with a certain kind of bias, that, you know, those are harms that come out of data that we don't fully understand, and we need to be governing it from the start. So those would be my three big principles basis our work.
Thank you so much. I think we've sort of come to the end of the discussion. I have 5 minutes. We can take up 1 or 2 questions. Yeah. Can somebody just pass the mic?
This question is for Asta. Asta, there's something that you mentioned, and I want to talk about that. The challenge of thinking or considering outcome versus the process, and particularly in the context of personal versus non-personal data, is huge. And I'll give you a specific example why we need to really think about personal versus non-personal data in addition to the outcome. Think about you are an insurance company, and I am a person who is going to be insured. You have used my genetic data, and you have made a decision not to provide insurance to me. The decision is not to provide. I cannot challenge you unless I know that you have used my personal data. So if you really look at the data landscape today, you don't need a specific law if you are challenging the outcome. The law exists. I cannot be discriminated. I'm not talking about the fundamental right. It's outside of the fundamental right. And that is the reason why we need specific legal clause and act to distinguish between personal and non-personal data. If I know that you have used my personal data and you have used the personal data to discriminate against me, I can challenge you in the court. And therefore, outcome is important. But in addition to the outcome, you must also have specific legal clause for personal data use.
I'm not challenging that. I absolutely believe that personal data needs to be protected, and we need to have the governance mechanisms as we do now for that. I'm also saying that you may be discriminated against, denied, say for instance, that insurance product, for even if you're not in the database. So for instance, women who are single mothers, for instance, have higher insurance premiums. Even if you are not a subscriber of that particular insurance product, there you are typified in that way. Right? So even because if we just stop at it's my data that you have misused to discriminate against me, you leave out those other people who are being typified and may not be in the database. So therefore, what I'm saying is that we need to, in the context of data, we need to make sure that we are safeguarding the rights of the people who are in the database, but also people who are going to be impacted by the use of that database. So I agree. I think the personal data, no questions asked, right? We need personal data protection regulation as we do now have, but it is not sufficient, is my point.
Thank you.
Sure. I think we had a question there, yeah.
I'm Deepak Maheshwari, Senior Policy Advisor at Center for Social and Economic Progress. So I was surprised to not hear one term, which was the National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy 2012. And so the question is, do we need, in this scenario now, NDSAP 2.0, perhaps again in February, because that will be the 13th year of that. Thank you.
So, I mean, yes, that's I mean, I would also urge you to perhaps read our entry on the open government data in the briefing book, because that's precisely one of the reasons why we have argued that perhaps there is a need, a policy is not working out for India, because I think the policy doesn't even throw light on what actually is open data, because I think today the term open data is used very loosely, and if we look globally at different countries, there is a definition of what open government data means. There is an incentive architecture for, who are the players, who needs to contribute data, what are the incentives, what is the accountability and liability around that, and that's the reason why our briefing book had argued for a standalone law instead of a policy. So, I'd really urge you, and I would love to hear your inputs on that, Mr. Maheshwari. One last question, maybe here.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that very insightful discussion. I'll cheat and I'll put in 2 questions and I'll leave it open to whoever would like to answer whichever one. The journey for India's open data, as Sir said, has been going on since 2012. Even before that, we had regulation on how census data is going to be released. And I mean, that doesn't really qualify as open data, but I think it's some sort of philosophical linkage there, right? We're now in 2025. I'm just curious as to what your theories or inputs or experiences are about whether India has lost its open data moment by now, a momentum which we could have picked up very, very long ago, purely because we've chosen to stick to a policy standpoint, right? So that's one question. The other question specifically is to what Astha said, but I'd invite views from everybody, which is that we absolutely love the idea of Creative Commons licenses and expanding them and having allowing communities to put in specific considerations which are beneficial to them. I do wonder, however, if that affects the kind of data pool that we end up generating, because you then end up having different restrictions coming in from different communities, and whether that affects the pool of data which we need to be big enough for us to be able to come out with a sort of effective solution. So just whether a standardized contract format is perhaps better suited as opposed to customized formats for communities. Thank you.
I can take I'm not a technical person, so my views are that communities should be given the space to negotiate their own terms, and then the rest people like Gaurav can figure out. But my view is that I think that we will also move away from a certain kind of bigness of data sets, and I think a lot is being done around smaller, more community-centric models, which are more energy efficient, more data efficient, more attuned to the needs of specific communities. And I think that this moment of bigness might carve the way for smaller, negotiated spaces where we are able to exercise there may be standardization in formats and things like that, but values should be diverse, and I think that's what we're trying to carve out. And we've seen this in our work as well, right? Like, I mean, communities will share data on, say, fisheries backed with other communities, so they make their own collaborations that are at us almost at a second tier, and usefulness to the specific people, again, about whom the data it is and who the data is impacting. And it's totally fine if it's not going to, Sam Altman.
quickly on the open data winter, as a lot of people have, Stefan Verlest has been documenting that globally we are facing that challenge. It's not just in India. Globally, wherever the open data laws were, the open data progress has been stagnated. So we need to find new incentives, as we were discussing, to keep the momentum on and try to keep asking the hard questions, like what we really need to open up, and open with a use case driven approach might take us to the next evolution, especially when we are trying to make AI, with a little hope that AI would work for public good. It needs to be seeded in data would work for the public good.
Thank you so much. I think that was a good note to end.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for this panel on strengthening the research and development ecosystem in India. Please allow me to introduce our distinguished panel. Dr. Ravi Grover is a member of the Atomic Energy Commission, which is the apex policy-making body for atomic energy in India, chairman of the Board of Research in Nuclear Science, and distinguished professor emeritus of the Homi Bhabha National Institute, of which he was also the founder director. Dr. Grover has had a distinguished career in nuclear science over the past decades, for which he was awarded the Padma Shri in 2014. Dr. Binay Panda is a professor at the School of Biotechnology at the Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi. Prior to this, he read for a D.Phil at Oxford, followed by postdoctoral training at the Scripps Institute in California. His lab here focuses on biological data, integrated analysis, disease genomics, and open science. Without too many preliminaries, let's get into the discussion. Now, research and development is an issue that is frequently spoken of in India, but it's spoken of in rather fuzzy terms. We don't quite know what it means. So why don't I start with a rather open-ended question? What do we mean when we talk about research and development? Why don't you start us off by setting the context, Dr. Grover?
Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Vidhi, for... So sorry. Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Vidhi, for giving me an opportunity to speak to all of you. Research and development is a difficult question to answer as it is. When we say development, are we talking about development of science, development of society, development of industry, or development of a nation? So I like to say research and experimental development. First, try to define that. Research and experimental development is a creative and systematic work undertaken to generate new knowledge. Now, whether that new knowledge is generated just for the purpose of science or for the purpose of society or nation, that comes subsequently. So we have to be clear as to this word development along with research is always used, but without making it clear what for it is meant. So I would like to say, whatever work we do should lead to development of society and the nation. That has to be particularly seen. Development just for the sake of science is not sufficient to make us Viksit Bharat. Maybe this is
yes, sir.
Different people have different views, so one can...
So if I may summarize Dr. Grover's point, Dr. Panda, do you think that too much of what we refer to as research is sort of how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Would you have a disagreement or a different view, let's say, on what constitutes R&D?
So before I start, thank you, Jay, and thank you, Vidhi, for the invitation. I don't have a disagreement with Dr. Grover, but I have something to add. So research and development essentially means creation and use of existing knowledge or new knowledge for development of the society, either directly or indirectly. If a single person benefits as a corporation, that's also development. If the society actually benefits as a whole, that's also development. So basically, essentially, creation of knowledge or application of the existing knowledge for the betterment of the society is research and development. And in fact, the premise is very simple. research and development, and therefore science and technology, is paramount for the economic development of the nation. And that's exactly what we are talking about. So there should be no denying the fact that you cannot develop as a society without innovation that is led by science and technology.
Thank you so much, both of you, for helping us set the context. Now, following on from what you just spoke of, Dr. Panda, on the idea of innovation. Now, traditionally, the innovation pipeline in research and development has been understood as going from basic research to applied research to commercialization. Now, I'd like to throw that to you almost as a provocation, Dr. Grover, because you have written about how this frame of understanding things, while relevant at a particular time, may be somewhat outdated, and that we might now think in terms of academic research and post-academic research. So could you shed some light on this, Dr. Grover?
Well, yes, I have written a lot about it, and let me elaborate. There was a time when everyone used to talk of basic research and applied research, and this was started mainly with the report by Vannevar Bush in 1945, where the report was titled Science, the Endless Frontier, which postulated a linear model, basic research, applied research, and finally its applications. But subsequent events and even the past history tells us otherwise. If we see many inventions, take the invention of steam engine, that happened before thermodynamics. Take Wright's brothers flying aeroplane, that happened before even the word aerodynamic theory was coined. And so on, I can keep on giving examples. Essential feature has been that on the one hand, we have people who are curious to generate more and more knowledge. They were one set of people essentially coming from the elite community in the society. On the other hand, we had tradesmen or technicians, and later on they started known as engineers, who were working on developing products and processes, and without any dialogue with the people who are developing new knowledge. Even with the setting up of universities, this sort of distinction continued, but something started changing around in the second half of 19th century. Starting point came from two main events. One was the Maxwell's equation, which laid the foundation of electrical engineering, and the synthesis of aspirin in Germany, which again laid the foundation of chemical industry. Industry started realizing the value of systematic science and applied to engineering. This changed. And situation gradually changed, and it was when in 1945, the report was written by Vannevar Bush, Science, the Endless Frontier, that essentially talked about linear model, but later on, again, it was challenged, and the reverse linear model came, then continuum model came, that science and technology moved together. And I will say that science and technology are fully intertwined. In many areas, it is difficult to distinguish between them, say computer science and say what we are seeing in genetic engineering. The two go together. Science develops because of technology, technology develops because of science. Now we have a science-technology continuum and going on further. And this is what gave rise to technology readiness level by NASA. They listed 9 different levels. The first level is publication of research, then it moves on progressively till the final product comes. Some of these can be done in the universities. One can call that as academic research. Some has to be done in collaboration with industry. One can call it as post-academic research. And this terminology was first coined by John Zimmern, I think in 1991 or 92, which doesn't talk about basic or applied or linear model or continuous model. Academic research, post-academic research and forgets about all the other distinctions which are existing till that time. And I like that particular model very much. And one has to remember, science and technology move on together. They progress together.
And so if I might just follow up on that, I think a very, to me as a lawyer, not as a man of science, very good way of capturing that distinction is the different norms that apply to these two kinds of research, which is the kudos norms for academic research and the place norms for post-academic research. Could you shed some light on that distinction, sir?
Well, I think first we have to explain the meaning of
yes,
kudos and place to the audience here. Let me basic research, what was earlier being called as basic research, it was that one is communalism, and C in kudos stand for that is common ownership of scientific discoveries, universality, disinterestedness, originality, and skepticism. This is what was the earlier norm when people were doing research without application in mind. And now with industries moving on to research, the research is becoming proprietary. It is for problem solving, so local in context, authoritarian because industrial researchers act under the managerial authority rather than as individuals. It is commissioned. It is expert researchers are employed as expert problem solvers rather than as creative individuals, and this has been, acronym becomes place. So these two norms have changed. Zeman called them as academic research and post-academic research. In social sciences, some people have called as mod 1 and mod 2. So this distinction continues. But at the same time, I must add that the earlier nomenclature of basic research and applied research is embedded in the establishment. When I say establishment, I mean in terms of accounting practices, in terms of many international treaties that continues along with this, though people are now more and more talking about academic research and post-academic research. Here I must say that the first person who spoke against this distinction was William Shockley during his Nobel Prize winning talk. He said that these words like basic, fundamental, applied, etc. are being used by many people in a derogatory sense. Good research is good research, whatever it may be. Rather than using these words, we should always see the significance of research and move further on rather than going in for these various nomenclatures.
Right, sir. Dr. Grove, I think that was a wonderful exposition, and I think we have now framed the discussion. As you mentioned, I think we were already moving towards how this relates to the establishment, the scientific establishment. Now, I'll throw this to you, Dr. Panda. There's a famous story of a lawyer who wins a very tricky case for his client, and his client is so grateful. The client says, how can I ever thank you? And the lawyer says, ma'am, ever since the Phoenicians invented money, there's only been one answer to that question. Now, to what extent is it simply a problem that we don't spend enough? Versus are there systemic issues in absorbing that money, in administering that funding?
So, it's always tricky to talk to lawyers. I always get scared when I talk to them because I feel stupid after the talk. And
no danger of that here.
Just to lighten up, I'll just give a context before I answer your questions. What lawyers do inside the courtroom, scientists do that every day in the lab. We grow and survive in arguing with each other, disagreeing with each other, and quarreling with each other. Because without that, science cannot move. And if anyone is telling you that money is not important, either he is lying or is trying to actually subvert the truth. Money is important. However, is necessary but not sufficient for the growth of research and development. So I would call there are 5 different things which are important. And the acronym that I would like to give it is FILLET, not the fillet fish. It's a single L. First F is funding. absolutely funding, and I'm sure during the discussion we'll touch on the others. The second I is important, very important, that whether you have inventiveness, that means you are innovative enough in your thought process. The L is for leadership, the type of people you actually employ. E is ease of doing research or ease of doing work. You heard in the beginning from Dr. Ahluwalia about ease of doing business. Now we talk about ease of doing science. And the last T is tech transfer. That means having a mechanism so that the technology or the science that we develop in the lab is ready for a use to the larger public. So funding is important, and I would just spend another couple of minutes to talk about why funding is important. Modern science requires very large, sophisticated, and expensive instruments. We make none. We can make, but we don't. Now we have to import those equipment from outside. They're expensive. And therefore, the amount of absolute money that we spend in research and development is important. Right now, the amount of money India spends in R&D is extremely small. Just to give you an example, we shouldn't really compare with smaller countries. Let's not talk about South Korea and Israel, who spends 5 to 6% of their GDP on R&D. So they are not the right example. Right example is a country of our size, China. US, who's largely and traditionally been a big spender of money. So if you talk about the top 10 countries, apart from the two I gave you as an exceptions, everyone spends between 2.5 to 3.5% of their GDP. Let's talk about China. China spends 4 times than India in research and development. China's economy is 5 times than India's. So if you do a simple multiplication, in actual rupee term, China spends 20 times what we spend. As I mentioned to you in the beginning, F of that fillet is only one aspect of the productivity, not everything, but nonetheless, it is an important aspect. So amount of money spent is actually important. In fact, if you just do a plotting in one axis, x-axis funding and y-axis productivity, it doesn't actually grow exponentially. It grows, then it plateaus. It's like saying that if you earn 2 lakhs rupees a month and you earn 20 lakhs rupees a month, your happiness doesn't actually grow 10 times. You only need maybe 1 car, if you need maybe 1 of everything, unless you are very greedy. But the question is that it doesn't really proportionally go with the amount of money that you spend. But we are way below that, and I think we need to spend, one of the op-ed that I wrote for the Hindu last year, I argued that India needs to spend or increase the level of R&D spending 50% over the next 5 years. We are right now at less than 0.7%. If we grow 50% year over year, we probably should be about 3.5 to 4% of the GDP, which I think is appropriate for our level of growth if we want to achieve the level of scientific advancement that we want. Because remember one thing, economy at the end of the day depends on science and technology-driven innovation. If you really want to see India as a developed country, Viksit Bharat, there is absolutely no way you can be developed without spending money on science and technology. You are dreaming if you think you will be a developed country by borrowing the technology from outside. You have no choice. You must spend a lot of money on science and technology-driven innovation.
Wonderful, Dr. Panda. Dr. Grover, if I may, in fact, throw that to you. And if we may divide F, let's say, we can divide that into 2 parts, how much and through what institutions. Dr. Grover, you've written also about the proliferation of sort of specialized institutions that report to particular ministries versus what we might, I think, uncontroversially say is the decline of the state university system over the last few decades. To what extent can the relatively small number of national institutions absorb and administer this funding, given that there are significant problems in the broader university system, higher education system of the country to administer it?
I think funding is important, but it's also important to have a look at the institutional structure and various systemic issues which are troubling us at this stage. first issue is that industry connect between our institutions and industry is below par. It has to increase. Industry will automatically come and spend more money on R&D if we can increase this connect. And here, again, it will differ from discipline to discipline. I'd like to give one particular example. There is one very small institute, Institute of Chemical Technology in Mumbai. Earlier it used to be a department of University of Bombay, and then it became an independent institute. When I talk to people there, the kind of connect they have with industry and the kind of funding which they get from industry is remarkable. That is an institute from where we have people who have published and who are consultant to industry, and recently Reliance Industry announced a grant of 150 crores to them without asking questions. It happened only a few months back. And wherever the question which we have to answer, which faculty has to notice, if anyone develops a product, he has to sell that product in the market. He cannot say anyone can use it. So industry in many cases, and this has been articulated by faculty from many institutions, they are developing solutions and they have to look for problems. They first develop a solution, then they do not know where the problem is. This reminds me of a famous song from a Hindi movie. They have a key and they're looking for a lock. I forget the actual words of that song. Okay, so here, this is important that there should be connect between industry and faculty in the departments. And this is what has given rise to, when I was looking at various institutions in the country, I found that many departments of the government have set up specialized institutions to cater to their needs. This tells you something. Department of Space has an institute on space sciences, which they set up in Trivandrum. DRDO has an institute, DIAT in Pune, Defense Institute of Armament Technology. Department of Petroleum and Natural Gas has set up 2 institutes, one in Visakhapatnam and one somewhere else. In the area of pharmaceuticals, we have one institute NIPER was first set up in Chandigarh, and now they have 4 more. So you find that this goes on, the list goes on. The various departments of the government have set up specialized institutes to cater to their needs. What does this tell us? That with normal conventional universities, there's a disconnect between what the various departments of the government need and what they are producing. Same thing applies to industry. So there has to be some reason for all this happening. And in one of my papers, I've listed all the institutes and where they have. And if we see these specialized institutes, the one thing which comes to my mind is ICAR. They have 4 or 5 different institutes. And the contribution which agriculture has made to the country's independence, from independence till now, is remarkable. They are working through extension centers where do direct field work and able to produce the production of cereals, eggs, poultry. Everything has gone up several times because they are focused through field work and with direct connect with the society, where they are able to produce the results. And something similar to what has been done by ICAR institutions has to be done by various universities. And I gave one example of ICT. I live in Mumbai, so I interact with ICT frequently. I know the industry connect here. There may be more institutes like that in the country, and that kind of institutes have to expand more and more. Here I like to give one quote. Kothari Commission on Education gave a report in 1966 around that, where Professor Kothari writes that center of gravity of academic world lies in the West and not in India. They always look for endorsement of their academic work from outside India. I think that has to change. We have to look within India what we need and what we should do. And then only funding will increase, industry will come forward, they will augment government funding, and this will then have a cascading effect, and more grant will flow from the government. Before closing, I like to narrate one very incident. I was traveling from Pune to Mumbai, and the person, after attending some event, Dean R&D of IIT was with me, and we were talking to each other. And during the talk, we realized that IIT Bombay has MOU with several foreign universities, not a single one with an Indian university. By that time, it was 2010. I told him, why don't we start by having a MOU of collaboration between Homi Bhabha National Institute and IIT Bombay. He agreed, we did that. That MOU has been renewed every 5 years since then, and that has helped us to sign MOUs with many other Indian institutions. This is very telling. Indian universities signing MOUs with foreign universities. What about collaborating within ourselves? This also has to happen. So these are the various systemic issues which have to change, and then only we can move on and increase funding for R&D.
Absolutely, sir. I think that's, those are some very important points. And in fact, I wanted to just quickly, before I come to you on the technology issue, Dr. Panda, Dr. Grover, I wanted to follow up on this ICAR model. As you said, we should look to successful institutions in our own country. What would you say are the salient features which have made ICAR successful, whereas state agricultural universities perhaps have not delivered in recent decades?
I think their extension centers and those state agriculture universities have done quite well. The way agricultural products in this country has improved, that set of people I think have done good work, and that is why we are where we are. And basic point is they work with India on Indian problems. That's the crux of the matter. And that's how we are able to move on. There is a book by Elklana and Kluper, University of 21st Century, written in 2016. These two are German authors, where they are writing the very fact India and China are sending students outside the country for study. That means they end up neglecting their own problems, their own thought process, own work. So we are overdoing this international collaborations.
Right.
Collaborations within the country are more important for us to move forward. This is an important part. For example, all the elite institutions in our country look for people who have done at least 2 postdoctoral fellowships abroad. That means we are only looking for that, and this we started doing before establishing a vibrant postdoctoral fellowship system in the country. So, as a result of all this, our thinking becomes oriented towards the developed world. We neglect issues which are important to us in the country. And that is what we should focus more on, connect with Indian industry, collaborate within the institutions of the country, and then we can move on better.
Absolutely. I think that's a point that deserves to be very well taken, sir. Dr. Panda, if I may come to you, and if we might jump from the F straight to the T of your very helpful framework. Now, you, of course, work in the life sciences, which, as every IP lawyer in the room will know, is an area where intellectual property is of paramount importance. It's absolutely key. So, Doctor, what are the main issues in tech transfer from researchers to industry and in this ecosystem?
So before I come to your question, just to add on what Dr. Grover already and rightly said, in India, agriculture is a state subject. And I'll tell you in what sense, education and research. In fact, how many of you might or might not know, when we were establishing the agriculture university, it was modeled after the land-grant universities in the US. This is one of the things which is modeled after the US system. So if you see, there is not a single agricultural university which is a central university. All agriculture universities are state universities because there's a huge amount of land required. State gave the land. ICAR is a research institute, but there is no University of Agriculture, which is a central university. And this is actually by design, and it has absolutely yielded exceptional results, along with the ICAR and the IRI as a research institute. Now, coming to the tech transfer, so I would like to give a context before actually going to the tech transfer. What is tech transfer? So I'll tell you what and how it works. Think about a scientist who's working in silos in his or her own lab. We develop the solutions, the products, do the experiments, do the analysis. And suppose, for example, in my lab, we find a cure for cancer. Now, as an academic lab, we are not equipped, both in terms of knowledge, know-how, and capacity, to take that to the next level to make that into a product. Now we have the knowledge. The transition from knowledge to the product is where the tech transfer comes. As the name suggests, is technology transfer. And the US, there is a historical context to this. In fact, till 1980, there was no tech transfer office in the US. That changed with the very famous Bayh-Dole Act of 1980. Again, just to give you a historical context, this is important. I hope there is nobody from politics here. This was really a bipartisan bill introduced in the US. Senator Bay from Indiana, a Democrat, Senator Dole, a Republican from Kansas, introduced this bill. Till that time, there was no law in the US to actually commercialize inventions out of universities. So Bayh-Dole Act, for the first time, gave the ability of the universities to own the intellectual property for commercialization. And the way it works is, coming back to the example I gave, suppose I have a specific knowledge that I have developed with my lab members for cancer. Now I patent this. There is an intellectual property. Essentially in life sciences is patents. There is literally no use of trademarks, unlike in software. And once I do that, I send a copy to my university tech transfer office. There is a specific office called Tech Transfer Office. I'm talking about the US. We'll come back to India later. And the tech transfer office, the manager of the tech transfer office now understands this is the invention. I have IP specific to this invention, and now announces to the world that the willing party now should come forward and license this, okay? Now we can talk about licensing agreements which are exclusive versus non-exclusive, and there's a lot of debate about it. Let's say it's just licensed. Once the technology is licensed to a company, it could be a public company, it could be a private company, doesn't matter. Now the company has the right, using that particular IP, to develop a product, and the product is marketed, commercialized, and get the money. And the licensing revenues, in terms of, depending on the deal, whether it's a royalty or whether it's based on the X percentage of the revenue, comes back to the university, and Y percentage of that can go back to the inventor. In this case, the person who developed the product, the scientist who is a professor in the university. Now this is the one which changed in 1980 in the US with Bayh-Dole Act. For India, we don't have a Bayh-Dole Act. There was an attempt in 2008 to introduce something like a Bayh-Dole Act. It's a mouthful, it's called PUF-FIF. It's Protection and Utilization of Publicly Funded Intellectual Property, PUF-PIP. It was introduced when Kapil Sibal was the science minister. It never made into law for a variety of reasons. Now, the criticism against this, and rightly so, is if you really look at the revenue that the tech transfer offices or the universities in the US have generated using the licensing is never more than 5% at most of their total amount of money which is spent in research, okay? So if you are spending 1 rupee in research, you are only getting 5 paisa from the technology licensing, or let's say commercialization. Let's not use licensing, commercialization. If I'm commercializing a product using the IP that I have licensed from the university. So the argument is, if the amount of money that the universities earn is so limited due to tech transfer, are we over patenting? And the answer is yes. The best example comes from CSIR. I don't want to name anyone, but CSIR, for the last, this is Council of Scientific and Industrial Research in India, have actually gone in the direction of over-patenting. But if you really look at the percentage of patent which has been realized, and when I mean realized, I mean commercialized, either directly or indirectly. That means if I am a scientist, I have invented something, I have commercialized something through a startup company, or my university has licensed the IP to somebody else to commercialize, is at most 15 to 20%. It goes all the way from 5 to 20%. Now the question is that the invention, commercialization through a specific legal terminology or the legal provision like the Bayh-Dole Act, like POF in India, while important, it's not critical for commercialization. It's important, but it's not everything. So we should not really overplay the tech transfer. I think what is most important that we have to understand in the context that you mentioned before, Jay, is this knowledge versus application. Basic, and Dr. Grover rightly pointed out many examples. Basic science versus applied science. Now, many of you may not know, do you know that the internet that you are using every second through your smartphones, if I tell you that the internet was developed by DARPA, many of you may not know what DARPA is, DARPA, which is basically a Department of Defense US funded project. Can you imagine if I tell you today that our Ministry of Defense funds me to develop cancer research? You would say this is crazy. I mean, there's a favoritism. I must know the minister. So the question is, what is knowledge today is technology tomorrow. So we must invest heavily on basic research because actually the application of it may come decades later, which you don't realize. So the siloing effect of knowledge into different fields is getting more meaningless. So therefore, while talking about tech transfer office is important, I think more important is that to develop universities and research institutes so that we are capable of producing the knowledge and the application so that tech transfer becomes important. Is the argument that are we putting cart before the horse or the horse before the cart? We must be able to produce the knowledge so that the tech transfer office is actually capable. We are not there yet. So I think we should do both.
In fact, Dr. Panda, you've led me right into my next question, following on from your point about the siloing of knowledge and the importance of building these ecosystems. Dr. Grover, you've had personal experience with the idea of a cluster-based university. The Homi Bhabha National Institute is one example of a cluster-based university. How can the cluster-based university move us towards, out of this problem of siloed knowledge and towards greater collaboration?
Well, cluster-based universities, I think, are very important. Let me explain why it becomes important. There was a time when all the people who are qualifying, graduating from universities, doing PhDs, they were getting employed in universities only. But the current situation is that many organizations outside the academic world, research labs, industries, NGOs, consulting organizations, they are employing highly qualified individuals. They also have become storehouses of knowledge. They are also producing knowledge. To give some data, there was a report published by US National Academy Press that in USA, 45% of STEM PhDs are outside academia. And if you come to engineering PhDs, 26% only are in academia, rest are all outside. So this is the kind of highly qualified people who are not in academia, and wherever they are employed, whether in NGOs, whether in consulting organization or national labs, they are producing knowledge. And this fact we have to recognize and try to universities and these organizations who are producing knowledge have to team up with each other and try to see how it can move forward. So in case of atomic energy, if I give my personal experience, we have many national laboratories, 4 of them mainly, and then we have grant-in-aid institutions, and they were working on, and we are having major difficulty when it came to registering individuals for PhDs. So we thought that let us combine all this and make a cluster and make a university. This idea came in 2003, and by 2005, we established a deemed to be university, Homi Bhabha National Institute. At that time, it had 10 different constituent institutions: Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Radha Ramanna Center for Advanced Technology, and Variable Energy Cyclotron Center, and then grant-aided institutions like Institute for Plasma Research, Tata Memorial Center, Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, Institute of Mathematical Sciences, and Harish Chandra Research Institute, and this we made into a university. And by combining these two together, we were able to move forward, and we have been able to increase the, if we see publications, PhDs, everything has increased significantly after that because of the synergies which has been established as a result of this. An interesting part is that similar clusters have been established in France. The first cluster in France was established around atomic energy laboratories in Saclay. They call it Paris-Saclay University, which has all the atomic energy labs, other labs which are there in the region around Saclay have been clubbed together to make Paris-Saclay cluster. Then they have made Marseille X cluster, Marseille University, and Aix and Provence University, which are very close to each other. They have been clubbed together, and again, many laboratories and universities there have moved on. And third cluster, which they are established, is Grenoble. Again, various institutes in that region have come together and moved on. I think this is the fact that realization that organizations outside universities are also producing knowledge. This is not a new thing. Before universities were established, knowledge was being produced. That was outside the university system. In between, there was a period, a few centuries, as universities started producing knowledge. Now again, we have a lot of knowledge being produced outside. And these different systems have to come together, make into clusters, and move on. This will be a very cost-effective way of producing new knowledge because there are a lot of experimental facilities in research centers like BARC and so on. Why not make them available for research purposes, for producing PhDs and moving on further? New knowledge will be generated much easily without too much of expenditure in this fashion.
Right, Doctor. I think that's a very important point, and I'm glad it's one that we were able to bring out. Now, if I may come to you again, Dr. Panda, to almost sort of, mindful as we are of the precarious hold a pre-lunch panel has over its audience, if I could ask you what the, in your view, you've written a lot about the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, what do you think are the next steps we should take, and how should we leverage our institutions to solve some of the problems we've discussed today?
So I'll broaden this question to what should we do both in academia and industry. Do you know the country which does the best to utilize science and technology for common man? Can you guess which country actually utilizes science and technology for common man? You can see it on the street. I didn't know until I went there. It's Japan. And I lived there for a few years. And you will not believe it, and I can't agree more with what Dr. Grover said. The companies, the inventions coming out from companies in Japan is incredible. Many companies that you don't know, you will never hear. They are multi-billion-dollar companies. They never advertise. And by the way, did you know, no offense for anyone who has an MBA here, Japan grew without a business school. Did you know that Japan never had a business school providing MBA? Until recently, they have a 0 MBA degree. I was shocked. Until now, they have some private schools which are coming up with MBA. The point I'm trying to make is invention for common good. If you really want to see, go to Japan. For example, how many of you know about the flushing toilet? I mean, you should see the invention around toilet. Oh my gosh. I needed the guide, 100-page guide, how to use the toilet seat. I wanted to go, but I didn't have any time to read the booklet. So the point I'm trying to make is invention for common good can be very well be made by companies and are being made by companies. What can we do? The percentage of money and in absolute terms is minimum by Indian industries. More than 60% of the money that India spends in R&D is by the government and the public exchequer. Compare that with the US, 77% of the R&D money comes from private parties. China is more than 70%. So the amount of money that the private companies, corporations spend must go high. There is over 8 different industries. There is 3x difference of what the Indian companies spend over the US and European companies. Highest, you know where? Is software. Indian software companies, our golden goose, spends 32 times less on R&D than the American counterpart. 32 times, because it's an outsourcing model. It's not going to work anymore. Pharma spends 6 to 7 times less. So I think the way to go forward is open it up. How do you open it up? You should make, again, I'll give an acronym, AAA. It doesn't stand for Automobile Association of America. Authoritative institutions with autonomy and accountability. Authoritative, first A, autonomy, second A, accountability, third A. How do you do it? First of all, make world-class institutions by providing them money. But don't stop there. You are telling me to jump, you are feeding me good quality protein and meat, but you are tied my legs. Give autonomy. But autonomy with good leadership. The leaders of our institutions must be absolutely fantastic. Leaders who are not bound by the diktat from somebody else or by the inefficiency of knowing. Knowledge is universal, knowledge is global. You may be staying, Vidhi legal might be in Delhi, but you are competing globally. You may not see the folks there, but you are. I keep telling my students, you don't know the people in Germany, Japan, Croatia, Russia, US, Mexico, but you are competing with them. It's a single world. So we must give autonomy, but with full accountability, meaning competition is open. Our pharma company is very shy in competing with the global players because they have been doing generics. Not anymore. Open it up. Let them. And you know what? The best thing that I learned in the US system is the death. Let companies die. It's okay to die. Let the startup companies die. Because new forest grows when the old forest actually is burnt. Let inefficiency be the end goal, not the end goal, but the death. Companies, when they die, new ones will come up. The ones which come up will know how to compete. And those which will compete will be globally the best. So increase the amount of money. ANRF you mentioned. ANRF is a great initiative. I have written extensively about it, some critical. But in addition to being a process-driven organization, which we all want, good processes, 72% of the ANRF's 50,000 crore budget for 5 years is actually envisioned to come from private industry. 36% from the government. Okay, we need to see that 72% getting realized. Number one. Number two, Dr. Grover mentioned about Vannevar Bush. Vannevar Bush, who President Roosevelt appointed in 1941, wrote this very famous book that he mentioned, Science, the Endless Frontier, in 1945. He was key to the Manhattan Project. I'm sure many of you watched the Oppenheimer movie. But you know the real movement is the Sputnik movement. You know all about Sputnik movement. In 1957, when Russia actually sent an artificial satellite, there was a bombshell in the US. We are lagging behind. That actually initiated NASA. What we need in ANRF is mission projects, not just giving money to do research, but a mission. Why ISRO is so famous? You may not know what ISRO is doing, but you know that ISRO has sent a satellite, right? Simple aim. We must be given as scientists missions, cure tuberculosis. That's the mission. Whatever money is required, take it. Get the best people. Don't do favoritism of putting your people. Get the best people. You know, there's a common saying that I can't stand him, but I will appoint him because he's the best in the job. But I'm not going to go beer out with him. But I will appoint him. This is what the famous Subramaniam Chandrasekhar's boss in Yerkes Observatory in Chicago did. Appoint the best people for the job, not your friends. Give them a mission, give them money, and make sure that this end goal is achieved by getting best people. So process optimization, more money, but mission-oriented.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panda. I think that's that's a clarion call, really. And I'll take your message of open it up, and I will open it up to just 1 or 2 questions, which is all we have time for, as I'm sure everyone would like to go for lunch. Questions? Yes, Aryan there.
Hi, greetings to both speakers. So since Mr. Panda touched about that why corporates are shying away from investing in R&D, so he was stressing that what we can improve, what corporates can do to increase R&D spending in India. But when I see the trend, so when I see big companies, let's say top 10 listed NSE companies in India, I see that they don't want to invest in R&D. What most they do is that they go for killer acquisition, or they will enter into a strategic joint venture with some European or American company, and they will develop the same product which is 50 years inferior in India rather than spending in R&D. Now, if we neglect that list top 10 companies, if we see that, let's say, startups will be the flag bearer of R&D in India, when I see startups who are going public, when I read their prospectus, the money they want is not for R&D, the money they want to open a warehouse, the money they want to open new offices, to buy property, but nowhere you will see in prospectus that any company, whether you will read the prospectus of any company, I won't take the name, the R&D will be one of the last priority of all those startups. So is not by looking into trend, by looking into the new companies who were supposed to be flag barriers, we could conclude that we don't want to invest in R&D, like the companies have almost concluded that we are not good in that, there is no ecosystem.
Right, I think the point is well taken about sort of the corporate culture around R&D.
The answer is very simple, I told you, competition. If the Vidhi's founder wants Vidhi to be the best, and I am the adjudicator, all I need to do is to get another legal company and let them compete. If you guys are the best in the job, you show me the money. I mean, it's simple as that. The method of getting R&D expenditure is increasing an open competition. The best will survive, the rest will die. You don't have to worry about whether it's a startup company, established company. Just improve the competition, increase the market, open it up. If they don't spend, if they don't come up with good products, they will die.
Right, I think that's quite a powerful message, actually. Yes, there.
Thank you so much. This was a very interesting panel. I noticed that over the course of the panel, you mentioned that there are several issues which sort of boil into a coordination problem. So whether it's universities signing MOUs with each other, or for example, the tech transfers between academia and companies. So do you think there's anything from your experience that's required in law or policy that we can look into to make this problem of coordination easier?
Dr. Rover?
I think this has to be done by the university faculty itself. I can tell you my personal experience. As Jay announced at the beginning, I'm associated with the Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences, through which we fund research in areas related to atomic energy all over India. I'll just give you one example, and that tells the story. We funded a project in elite institutions involving 10 different faculty members, and later on they were to synthesize the results into a single product. 10 different people did the job very well. When it came to synthesis, they never came together. Collaborations within institutions has to improve a lot. I'm on the both sides, on the funding side as well as setting up HBNI and working together. The collaborations are very important. Collaboration within a university, collaboration across universities, collaboration between universities and laboratory, national labs and industry. That is something which we need to nurture more and more. And this is a result of kind of value system which we are pursuing in this country. If I see national institutions ranking framework, the kind of stress which they lay on number of publications, citations, that is ridiculous. They should look not at the numbers, but at the significance of research. One paper published can have far-reaching significance than 10 papers of low quality. But for them, a paper is a paper. So this is our value system has to change. We are valorizing theoretical knowledge too much. Experimental results not to the same extent. That has to change. Then only we can proceed further. Then only increased technology transfer will happen. Then only the progress will happen. Change the value system, collaborate, and move on.
I think we should, all, that's advice we can all take, really.
One day, I asked my soul, what is Delhi? She replied, if the world is the body, then Delhi is its soul. So these are not mine, but these are Mirza Ghalib's words that basically remind us that cities are more than physical spaces. They hold identity, memory, and the spirit of our societies. But today, this soul is under strain. If Delhi is the soul of the world, then the climate crisis is a signal that the entire body is ailing. So Delhi, like many other Indian cities, faces intensifying heat, declining AQI levels, and more frequent urban flooding. So this year, I think the citizens of Delhi have been extremely resilient because they've faced every single disaster in this year. They faced urban flooding because Yamuna's water levels were dangerously high this year. As we are reeling from the declining AQI, and we can see we cannot go, and there are little kids going to school in these kind of dangerous levels of AQI. So, and also we also had a very intense heat wave. So we have to clap for Delhi, like citizens of Delhi and their resilience actually, because the city isn't, but the citizens are. So I please give yourselves a round of applause. So I'm from Bangalore, so I have stayed in Delhi for a year though, so I can understand. Yeah, so Delhi, like many other Indian cities, is facing these disasters, but these disasters actually repeat every year. So I would also like to give you an analogy of Prague, a heritage city in the Europe we all might have heard about. They did not wait for the disaster to repeat. Actually, in 1977 and 2002, they had catastrophic floods. I think it decimated their city, and they were very worried about their citizens and the heritage actually. So what they did not wait for the disaster to repeat, but they reinvented their approach to urban planning. That is exactly what they did, and they did this through law. So the city basically introduced legally mandated flood protection measures and installed a network of powerful floodgates right in the city center. So basically this helped, and they're upgrading it every year. So we see that law, urban design, and citizen action can do great and amazing things for a city like Delhi too. So basically, Prague proved a powerful idea. It said when law meets urban design, you build real climate resilience. So this is exactly what we're here to talk about. We have an exciting lineup of panelists, and today's conversation, we are going to look at building climate resilient cities, which is not only timely, it's essential right now. It's basically about safeguarding the soul of our shared future, ensuring that our cities can breathe, adapt, and thrive despite the challenges ahead. And the choices we make today in our cities about how we design, how we move, how we live, now determine the future resilience of communities across the globe, and more necessarily India. So now today we are here to, of course we know that we are trying to discuss about our briefing book, which is Vidhi's annual publication. So this is a compendium of actionable reform ideas aimed at addressing contemporary challenges, one of which is climate change and its devastating impacts. Now the question is, how do we bring together law, urban design, and community action to achieve this? So I'm honored to introduce our panelists for today. So Mr. Tikinder Singh Panwar was actually a formerly directly elected deputy mayor of Shimla city. Sir has been the member of the Kerala Urban Commission, which actually formulated groundbreaking reforms by formulating the state urban policy for the next 25 years, and has recommended various legislative measures to deal with the challenges of rapid urbanization. I would welcome Sir to the dais with a round of applause, please. Yeah, next I would like to invite Dr. Priyanka Kochhar. Yeah, so Dr. Priyanka Kochhar is a sustainability professional specializing in green buildings, energy efficiency, and climate responsive urban development. She is the CEO and co-founder of the Habit Empress. She has been instrumental in mainstreaming green building rating systems including Griha, LEED, and EDGE, and has contributed to revising municipal bylaws to integrate resource efficiency across multiple cities. I would like to welcome ma'am on the dais with a round of applause, please. Yeah, next I would like to introduce Ms. Shibani Ghosh. Shibani Ghosh is a visiting fellow, Environmental Governance and Policy at Sustainable Futures Collective and an advocate on record of with the Supreme Court of India. She researches and writes on issues relating to environmental law, regulation and governance. As a practicing lawyer, Shibani appears in cases before the Supreme Court of India and the National Green Tribunals. I would likewise invite ma'am to the dais with a round of applause, please. Yeah, so basically the first, we are going to talk about three big rounds, three big important aspects today. So firstly, we want to talk about climate change and the city. So this is how we're going to begin. So firstly, I just want to understand what climate change means to each one of you in your professional role and specifically what it means within the city you know best. I think each of you have written extensively about these aspects, which I will briefly reflect on once you answer. So may I ask Tikinder sir to begin?
Thank you, Priyanka, and let me know when to end. Okay, so thank you, Vidhi, and it's been a wonderful day for me as well. Let me start from Professor Panda. Professor Panda and I, we were just sharing some funny moments, and he said every year, twice or thrice, he goes on a trek to my state because my state is blessed, and Delhi is choking. That's true, sir. But I'm coming from a state that this year has lost 550 lives, and the loss to the economic assets has been some $1.5 billion US dollars. So we are not that blessed as well. Climate change, and when you were talking about Prague, I think there are two processes before I jump to what climate change means to a city like Shimla or to the cities in India, because now I build cities, write their climate action plans. The first one is that we should be mindful. You talked about Prague. Let's not copy, because the kind of urbanization that we are witnessing in global south, and particularly India, is quite different to the kind of urbanization that happened in Prague. And one of my favorite poets, by the way, P.B. Shelley, wrote some 250 years ago, hell is a city much like London. Hell is a city much like Delhi now. And for that matter, Shimla. For that matter, Kashmir. You go to Srinagar and you'll find. So, but their urbanization sustained because of two primary reasons. One, it was preceded by industrialization, and of course, the economic extraction from the third world. That's how they sustained their urbanization. And then they could shift and switch over to mobility and technological shifts, which we do not have the luxury to right now, and I'll tell you why. And the kind of labor that they required. So I just went to the washroom, and the person who's managing the washroom is from Bihar. 90% of our urbanization is migration-led. And 90% of the employment that exists in our cities is in the informal sector. So we will have to, like Professor Panda you said, and Sir you said, we will have to find solutions from the Indian lens, not from the global lens. That's the first point. And that's why I come to climate. The third element is, what does climate change means? When we were scripting the 74th Constitutional Amendment, because, in the Constitution of India, we have the first tier and the second tier. We never talked about third tier because of a very strong debate that took place between Mahatma Gandhi. And of course, we have Dr. Ambedkar's death anniversary today. One was like very ardent advocate of cities being liberation centers, and another one said, no, you exist on the sweat and blood, extracted from the toil of millions of farmers, and we couldn't clinch. But then we finally clinched in 1992, 93, when the 74th Constitutional Amendment came. That time, climate change was not an issue, so it was not in the governance and the legal aspect. Of course, Ms. Ghosh will talk about that later. But the point that I want to make here is that this is a reality now. Go to any town, any city, and unfortunately, to me, what does it mean? As a town or as a city in the Himalayas that has contributed negligible to the carbon footprint, negligible, I would say. I think globally we are still somewhere around 1.4. I was there in Paris climate talks as an official delegate when we brought that 1.5 degrees centigrade rise from the pre-industrial level. Himalayas is already 1.8. We've already exceeded the tipping point. What does it mean for us? It means, and you said, what does it mean for me? It means more disasters to happen. It means more, the vulnerability already exists there. It means very long spells of heavy precipitation taking place, so which means more flooding, which means more disasters. And the IPCC report. Now, the IPCC 7 is about cities. But if you go by the IPCC 6 report, you'll find two very interesting. Pratiksha, you are born after 1996, I'm sure about that.
Yes.
Okay? So the IPCC points out any child born after, what does it mean for me as a generation that's coming up, is that any child born after 1996 has not seen a normal season in their lifetime. And any child born after 1996 has seen a disaster once in 2 months. That is how I'm trying to build. So if that is the overall halo that I'm trying to create, what does it mean for me to build a climate resilient city? Are we building climate resilient cities? Ma'am, you and I, we were discussing. We are not. Why? And that's where I want to clinch the third point is, because for us, the growth drivers, still cities happen to be engines of growth. For heaven's sake, we have to come out of this paranoia and speak in the language of cities being seen from the ecological and the geographical aspect. The growth drivers are going to happen. I wrote the growth driver chapter for Kerala Urban Commission, 25 years, and of course the governance chapter. These are going to happen. People are going to migrate. There's a great migration taking place because of various reasons. I don't want to go into that detail. But the point is, the moment, for example, water, the moment you think water as a management aspect, you go by an extractive form of mindset, which means, you're not from Delhi, but both of them are from Delhi. To quench their thirst, Panda Sahab, they're coming to my state. They're constructing a dam in Renuka, that's Himachal Pradesh, submerging, sir, 40 hectares of forest, and then they will bring water to Delhi. This is not sustained. This is not the climate resilient city. So the point is, you have to think completely out of the box, which means that you have to think cities. To me, it means, as you said, climate means disaster. It's already there. It's already reached 1.8 degrees. Scientifically, Professor Panda can explain that. It means, there'll be a greater precipitation taking place also because of the Arabian Sea, the shallowness of the Arabian Sea. So we'll have more precipitation and more, more water falling in a very shorter period of time. So greater precipitation in a shorter period of time, which means if I have to build climate resilient cities, then adaptability has to be the key. And I think in the later part, we can talk about what adaptability should mean. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Thank you, sir. That was a very powerful message, actually. And yeah, when I spoke about Prague, actually, I wanted to say that the main important idea that we can pick from them is that law urban design and community action has to come together to build any kind of resilience. So that is like together with that, now let's come to urban design. And ma'am, like you have been a pioneer in this space, and we would love to hear from you what climate change means to you and what does it mean for your role.
Thank you, Prateeksha. So about Thank you for that question. So when I started my career about 20 years ago, I had just finished my master's from the UK and was very enthusiastic about working in the climate space. And at that time, it was always a balance one had to strike, because that is the time when the developers were constructing. Even the environmental clearance norms did not acknowledge buildings as something or as a sector which made an impact. So at that time, we were just in an advocacy mode, in a do good for the environment mode. And if you don't do this, this is going to happen. And I think over the past 20 years, even though we've been trying to do that, all water has crossed its limits, because we are actually in a time when it is a matter of survival. And yes, for the new generation, we still are hoping that they can take action. But now, if we don't mainstream it, there is really no future that we are leaving behind or can look forward to. And in that context now, I think finance is going to play a very big role. Data that we spoke about earlier is going to play a very big role. And unless we can mobilize interdisciplinary collaborations, get data to legalize some of the implementation work, a lot of things, including the National Building Code, including important policies, are still voluntary. There is no penalty for non-compliance, unfortunately, because we are still considered a developing country. And I think all of this needs to be mainstreamed. People are looking for incentives, but unless it is mainstreamed and unless it is done, there is no way we are going to survive the next flood or the next heat wave. And unfortunately, our patterns of development are not changing. So like Mr. Tikinder said some time back, even after a disaster, the same roads are constructed again. It's not that we are trying to relook at the material or relook at the location. जहाँ से सड़क टूटी है, वहीं पे वैसी एक और सड़क बना दो. So there was a reason why it faced the nature's fury. And I think that rethinking, that capacity, while decisions are being made, while somebody is drafting a line or a road on the drawing board, all of that needs to be considered. So to me, climate change is a matter of survival. If we don't do it now, well, we've crossed all our limits, but anything little we do will count towards at least ensuring some kind of a survival.
Ma'am, that's quite interesting, because the words that are emerging here, like it means disaster, it means survival, we now are at the tipping point. So this is where we don't have anywhere to go from here but to build resilience. Yes. That was very interesting. Coming to you, ma'am, like as a lawyer, and your perspective to me would be very interesting. Same question to you. What does climate change mean to you and your role?
Yes, so for me, I've had the occasion of looking at climate change or working on climate change issues at various levels. So initially in my career, I was part of a research team which was looking at a lot of international climate law, which I think 15 years ago was even more nascent. A lot of work was happening. India's negotiating stance was very different. It had a very different approach to negotiating in the climate change arena. It still has a very active role now, but not just India's role, but internationally, climate change negotiations are a very different animal than what they were. So I've had an opportunity to work on international climate law, at least from some distance. But more recently, I think my engagement with climate change is in terms of what does law, where do climate change and law meet, and what are the points of intersection. Very often as a lawyer, I'm asked this question, can a climate change law be introduced in India? Would that solve all our problems? And I think that's a very live question, a very live debate, and not an easy one. And perhaps we'll go into some of those questions. So it's not just law as an instrument of dealing with climate change, mitigating climate change, or at least making ourselves more resilient and adaptive to the changes that the changing climate is going to cause. But also we're seeing increasingly courts as a forum where climate change issues are being brought. And so that's also part of my work, kind of looking at how the Indian judiciary, which incidentally, unlike many other members of the judiciary across other jurisdictions, we've not really had an open climate denier, right? So our judiciary, maybe perhaps because even on other environmental issues, at least on the surface, Indian judiciary has been progressive. I mean, we could all disagree on some of the judgments and all, but that apart, climate change is something which has entered the Indian legal vocabulary, the vocabulary in courts now. We don't have the kind of cases that you see, say, from Australia or Germany or the United States, but there's certainly kind of green shoots in how Indian courts are dealing with it. But also people, there's just so much more awareness, there's so many people are using climate change as one of the arguments. But just as a final point, because my kind of work and the people I work with, we work on environmental issues more generally. And it is quite interesting to see that climate change as a concept or as a phrase, it's often used instrumentally. Ki if agar main climate change bolungi na, to someone will listen to me, because climate change has now become the cool thing. Ya climate change proposal mein dalenge na, so the funding will be easier to come. So I mean, I don't know. It's just that sometimes climate change is now, unfortunately or fortunately, is the fashionable thing to. Which is unfortunate because it's a question of survival. I mean, I understand that. But on the other hand, I also feel everything is not climate change, right? So I think it's unfortunate that we conflate issues of air pollution, groundwater, depletion. So, I mean, in some level, climate change is a lot of environmental issues. But at the other thing, that it's true that India has many other imminent, extremely serious environmental disasters which are not easily attributable to climate change, and we need not wait for a climate change policy on everything, right? And I think India's stance in NAPCC since 2008 has been a very reasonable co-benefit stance, which is what we've taken. We seem to forget it as and when we want to, but in that sense, I think climate change is part of my role, and it sometimes becomes all of my role, but not. So I think when we talk about climate change, I think when we talk about we are a developing country, our solutions have to be from the point of view of what India, and even within India, I think all of us know India is not one. I mean, it's not homogeneous. So a solution for Himachal is not going to work for Kerala, and it's not going to work for Delhi, as it's not going to work for Calcutta. So I mean, in that sense, I think for me, climate change also is such a hard question because of the variability and the unpredictability that it brings along with it.
Ma'am, but what does it mean to you?
Tough questions, hard cases, yeah.
Okay, great. So the words coming out are extremely powerful here: survival, disaster. I would like to add a word of my own: bleak future. So that's what I would like to add, and that's what it means to me. So we got to change. I mean, we have to do something to change it, right? As the generation which is going to deal with this and many more disasters coming ahead. So with that, let's come to the round 2, which is mostly about how cities are built and how they can change. So here I would actually like to talk about the very idea of cities and why were they created. So mostly like the research that I have conducted and the ideas that I've come across mostly revolve around that cities were never built with climate resilience in mind or environmental or ecological sort of considerations in mind. The mindset was always profit. And maybe that has come about after industrialization, that has come out from the colonial mindset that cities are mostly built to serve commercial interests. Now, whether it's expanding roads to facilitating real estate growth or allowing constructions, we sort of have let that core idea encroach on our natural drainage systems. Like commercialization has often shaped the form and function of our urban spaces. So regarding this, my first question would be to Dr. Priyanka here. So I just want to ask her, like, when it comes to building climate resilient cities, we believe that climate resilient urban planning is crucial. So in this regard, ma'am, I just want to ask you about the Smart Cities mission and how it has shaped Delhi's climate resilience efforts, and what were the major challenges, because I believe you are an integral part of implementation of this in various ways. So what were the challenges you faced in this mission, making this mission align with the sustainable and climate sensitive planning specifically to Delhi?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So we are all familiar with the Smart Cities campaign, the mission, the cities that participated and reached certain performance levels. And there are a lot of positives that came out of that. One was, of course, that digital governance was introduced. A lot of social media mobilization happened. So that meant that when we went to municipalities to seek data, they were aware of what is happening. And now it's comparatively much easier to have a conversation on any of these aspects, including on data, the way it is collected, how it is interpreted, and so on. And of course, another thing was there were mobility upgrades as well. Additionally, there was energy efficiency embedded in the buildings. And to this effect, a lot of policies were there, a lot of good practices were there, a lot of bylaws came up. Somewhere in between, the new master plan for Delhi was also developed and launched. And it was open for public opinions, and I think it received more than 70,000 comments, which were all integrated. Unfortunately, even though the master plan is called a green and blue master plan, it's just about a plan. The resilience components and strategies have not really been embedded. And while a lot of work has been done, the command and control centers are there, we are much better from where we were before that policy was there. There is still a huge amount of work that needs to be done. So I think as far as Delhi is concerned, our challenges don't seem to be ending. Right from flooding, even compliance with bylaws. Somebody earlier said that we should just, Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia said, don't just talk about compliance, but that continues to remain an issue. There were students who died due to flooding in a coaching center last year. Why did that happen? How can that happen in the capital of our country? And it is put forth as the democratic example for the world to follow. At least that was what the mission Delhi wanted to project itself as. So all these gaps still exist, unfortunately. And yes, I think heat needs to be considered as a disaster. Flooding needs to be addressed. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on the permissions that are granted, because water bodies pe hi building ban jati hai, to flooding to hogi. And after purchasing homes for multiple crores, there is no way you can access it. The roads are underwater. So a lot of progress has been made, but yeah, like I said, a lot of finance needs to be pumped in, and law needs to be implemented, and non-compliance needs to be addressed.
Thank you so much for giving that connecting word law. So now, obviously the question is to Shibani ma'am. So ma'am, looking at climate action plans and heat action plans, I think it's become the government's buzzword. We see it everywhere because most of the states in India and most of the cities are coming out with these plans. It's great, it's good that the cities are realizing that we need some kind of instrument to drive change. But ma'am, based on your research and the work of your colleagues, why are climate and heat action plans, despite being government's primary policy response, failing to adequately adapt to or mitigate life-threatening heat, especially in a city like Delhi? In your view, what prevents these plans from translating into enforceable legal mandates?
Thank you, Pratiksha. I should take a moment here to acknowledge the work that my colleagues, as you said, Sustainable Futures Collaborative, there's a team that's working on adaptation and resilience, and they're doing some fantastic work, particularly looking at heat action plans across the country, and they've done a couple of reports, so if there are people in the audience who are interested in this. One of their reports that came out earlier in this year, they looked specifically at 8 cities across the country, and one of the cities was New Delhi, and they interviewed people across the government, across the hierarchy, but also other stakeholders, to see what heat action plans have meant. And in these cities, it was different. Some were a city-level heat action plan, some came from a state, some were even more kind of local. So in that sense, heat action plans were of very different nature in all these cities. As they are representative across the country, we do, as you said, heat action plan in that sense has become a buzzword. But in that, I mean, one of the things, the report, of course, has many findings, and I'd invite you all to have a look if you're interested. But obviously, and this is, of course, the theme of the day, I mean, implementation is a problem, but the problem also is arising from the design of the plans, because they're not necessarily designed in a manner that would actually lead to proper implementation. So for instance, you know, you're coming up with ideas of what are the short-term versus medium-term versus long-term measures. But where are you targeting them to in terms of vulnerability of the city, of which part of the city, which population of the city, which time of the year, which department will be responsible for that policy measure makes a lot of difference. Of course, money is often an issue, but as we've come to know from our other research, and in our organization, we've done research on other environmental regulators, such as the state pollution control boards, we increasingly realize money is not the constraint in many of our regulators. You know, a lot of them have the money, but they're tied down due to many other reasons. So it's not necessary, I'm not saying it's not, but in many places, financial constraints may not be what's stopping them. But it is a lot of the issues, I mean, a lot of people were interviewed, and the responses were interesting. Some of the people said the problem is lack of coordination. So we have a plan in place, but one department is not speaking to the other department, they are working in silos, so we don't know what's happening, there's a total coordination failure. The others said we just don't have the capacity. So I mean, if you look at, for instance, in the area of even air quality, we have these non-attainment cities, each of the cities are supposed to have an action plan in place. What are these action plans? I mean, these are basically checklists. I mean, all of these things, and many of them are prepared by consultancy firms or through other PMUs which are set up. So actually the government is not building internal capacity to do this kind of design or implementation. In fact, we have met government officials who are like, we had someone come from outside, they made this fancy looking plan for us, but hame to kuch nahi pata iske bare mein. Or at least because they don't see ownership in that plan, they find it is extremely alien to them. They don't understand how they are supposed to implement it. The other issues on implementation is also where is the demand coming from, right? So is the demand coming ki bhai upar se aaya hai? Someone has told us ki this is going to happen, there is money coming from the top, it's a centrally sponsored scheme, something. So the demand, has the demand come from the people? Has the demand come because there's a media pressure? Is it because some international organization is willing to fund the particular planning exercise? So it is also that also kind of decides the extent of implementation. The other thing that we've noticed through our research is very often it's the short-term measures which trump the long-term measures, right? So in heat action plans, instead of looking at urban planning, which is obviously long-term, and you're looking, I mean, on heat, for instance, what would you want? You want more green areas, you want more shaded areas, you want people to have access to cooling, you want people to have insurance, you know, things like that, better electricity grid, which will be resilient to various spikes. So those are the long-term plans, and many of them are prescribed in the city action, in the heat action plan. But what is easier, what is visible, what there is money for, what is demand for is that hospital mein aap itne beds kar dijiye. Make sure there's hydration available, make sure there's water available, which all of it is not wrong. I mean, you know, in Delhi, if there's a heat wave, you'll have the education department issuing a circular, schools should not have outdoor activities, right? So they've done that even during air quality. And that's easy to do, fairly easy to implement. People see the government is doing something because they've actively told the schools to take care of the children. But that's a short-term emergency response. That's not something that's long-term. Like, what is your plan in future? If your plan was long-term, then you'd not be concretizing things. You would be having building sector thoroughly regulated in a way that you don't come up with glass facade buildings. And I think we have more experts on the panel than me to speak about it. But you can't pause. I mean, you can't have Gurgaon coming up with one after the other heat. I mean, these are all heat hotspots. They're creating more heat, therefore creating more demand for cooling, which we as a country cannot meet. The only way we can meet it is if we mine coal from areas which are densely forested, which basically means we are going to lose our virgin forest to create coal, or dam rivers to come up with Renuka-like dams. So it's just this circular, several circular things where the lack of vision is what is one of the things that is certainly stopping. But the other thing, so for instance, there were interviews that my colleagues did, and they said, like, aapko heat action plan, you have a heat action plan, you have city action plans for various things. But that assumes that parts of the city are under your control, right? In a city like Delhi, and you all know, there are huge parts of the city that are unauthorized, unregulated, entirely unplanned. How are you, up jhuggi jhopri mein becharo ke paas, you don't have space to walk, right? You can't say ki wahan pe ped lagaiye. I mean, that's a ridiculous thing to say, that you increase greenery in parts of the city where you unfortunately are, you don't have drainage, you don't have any. So those kind of things, you have to think in a way that you speak to each part of the city in a way that it has to be spoken to. You can't have that one kind of, one solution. So in that sense, I think there are various reasons why different heat action plans are failing. But I must say that at least, if you want to look at that silver lining, that we are at least speaking about it, and we are having, Labor Department does say that you should have factories and construction sites in these months should make sure that there's water, clean access to clean drinking water. All this is happening, which perhaps didn't happen earlier, so maybe, but it's a very incremental change that's happening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think you made a brilliant point when you said that we primarily have a post-disaster response, wherein once the flooding hits, once the AQI levels rise, and once the heat wave is unbearable, is when we come out with these sort of circulars which said that just don't send children to school. Obviously, it's disrupting their education and it's disrupting their worldview in a very scary way, actually, I would say. So now, exactly, now when we look at having a vision for the city, right? So we see that there is no such vision coming out of climate action plans, because again, it's a post-disaster response. So when we look at the bindingness of these plans, so in case the plan comes out, like there's a plan in Bengaluru as well, which said that, hey, just plant trees here. But again, like what to plant, where to plant, and what you plant, and what kind of impacts it has, we do not know. And of course, the municipal corporations also do not have that kind of expertise. So now coming to the long-term vision, I would talk to Mr. Tikinder sir here, where I think, sir, you were a member of the Kerala Urban Commission, which has tried to incorporate this vision actually, like which you have tried to build an urban policy for another 25 years in the Kerala state. So, sir, please tell us more about the legislative changes that you recommended for the planning process, and how did it go about?
Okay, Pratiksha, thank you so much. And but before I jump to Kerala, let me be a little generic. In fact, I want to echo what Ma'am Ghosh you said. By the way, Smart Cities, there's a book of mine coming up next month. Will be released. Penguin has published it, so I invite you all to be there. I don't know where the place is, but so it's yeah, it's and just a funny anecdote. I just came back from Moscow and went for the BRICS conference. And I was, the whole paranoia about digitization and all that stuff. And the mayor took me to his office. He said, okay, I'll show you the dashboard. Come with me. And Panda Sahab, at a click of the button, he told me, I have all the entire population is mapped. I know when exactly a crisis, a health crisis is going to erupt. Because every 4 months, 5 months down the line, we get them checked. And if it's a diabetic kind of, whatever, what you... Ask our chief ministers. The dashboards are being run by police just to challan your vehicles, that's all. So there's no convergence. And more of it when the book is out. I don't want to speak more on that. So that's the first thing. The second part, ma'am, I want to echo what Ms. Ghosh said. There's a distinction that we need to make. And that's what your guru and I, we were together in the Kerala Urban Commission, K.T. Ravindran, I'm talking about. We were talking about that, and the two parts are, one is what I say, inherently the plans are flawed, inherently. And then we should come to the second part, that the plans are not being implemented. Now, why? When I said, because A, echoing what you said, they are completely alienated. Let me cite an anecdote, sir. I have reviewed the Delhi Master Plan 1951, correct me if I'm wrong, and the 2041, which thankfully the Prime Minister has not signed, because it goes to the Prime Minister. So, Pandit, you'll be surprised to know, Delhi 1951, the Delhi Master Plan is in 4 languages: Urdu, Hindi, English, and Punjabi. When I think only 20% of the people could read. But then they had a person who would beat the drum and go back to the society, citizens, and ask, look, boss, there's a plan coming up. If you want to make some objection, come to the municipal corporation office. Okay, we'll hear you out. Nothing of the sort happens now. I mean, you are from Delhi. I ask you, who has approached you for the 2041 master plan? It talks about a lean language, TODs, you know, all that bullshit that we are copying from the global north, which is neither implementable nor would that be processed. So the point is, there's complete alienation. The plan is inherently flawed. And when I say the plan is inherently flawed, when I was in the leadership in the city, serving the city, we did the HVRA, Hazard Vulnerability Risk Assessment. Just to give you a figure, if an earthquake strikes during day, we'll have some 15,000 people who are going to die in Shimla. But if an earthquake strikes during night, there'll be some 25,000 people who are going to die. And guess which are the most vulnerable buildings? The medical college. So people will not be able to, and it is a plan-approved building. The High Court buggers, the buggers, they never allowed us to enter. There's another, so the High Court is going to fall. So the point is, because the entire process of plan is mere land use. It's not about what to build. So what you build on the top has to be something on the strength of the rock down below. So there are no geologists engaged. There's no zoning. All the zoning that we do is core, some green, that stuff. That's not. And also because it's not what we call the quantitative and the qualitative process. There's no people's engagement. The people are far better to tell you, there is where we have seen flood 50 years ago. So that's and then of course not being implemented. So what Katie and we were discussing, I think it's high time now that we should rob the planners of their butter paper. Tell them, boss, heaven's sake, please give your butter paper to us and go back to the cities and do your acupuncture and acupressure. Because it is because of you that Gurgaon has come. And just one another anecdote which we were sharing, I used to run a show on television called Urban Agenda. You Google and you'll get it. And we all know how Shah Rukh Khan became Shah Rukh Khan. Of course, Shah Rukh Khan became Shah Rukh Khan because of his skills, but it was this serial called Fauji, which was shot, and then that's how he came to limelight. And it was shot in Gurgaon, ma'am. And I was told by one of the directors, an old friend, that he literally drowned in that pond and lake. So I thought, let's go to Gurgaon and do a shoot there. Panda Sahab, there's a big building that has come up on that. So you can understand. And it's all in the planned process. So I think that's the second part. The third part is about Kerala. Because we did 2 years, what is it that Kerala is a continuation of what Charles Correa did as the National Commission on Urbanism, the first commission we had in the country. It was in the mid-80s. After that, there's no commission. It's the second or the first state that has attempted to have a commission, where we had 14 members. What we have done, the overarching framework, because when Charles Correa was doing it, there was no climate change. But here for us, the driver was climate change. So what we have done is, we have tried to map the entire state of Kerala, and now you ask me and any officer in Kerala, the person will be able to tell you, they have mapped every patch of land. And Ms. Ghosh, not just one single layer of data from the climate vulnerability, but there are 13 layers of data, even overlaying data of socioeconomic aspect, and which you can overlay on your cadastral maps. So what we've told them is, and this is the process what we call risk-informed master planning. Just be very careful. Since you are in a hazard zone, you are sandwiched between the Western Ghats and the Arabian Sea, and that's how your vulnerability further enhances, and of course, because of many other reasons. So what should be the planning process? And there where we have tried to revisit the entire architecture of urban governance, where we have gotten rid of the system. So there we've suggested a city cabinet, to be led by the city mayor. We've gotten rid of the city commissioner, no commissioner required, a chief executive, who would be appointed by 3 members, the mayor, the state minister, and of course, but to be coterminous. Now what happens in cities, as you know, for 6 months you'll have an officer, and then after 6 months, so the cities are actually run by parastatals. These are not run by city governments. So to make it generic, what we've tried to do is to have a process where in this process, the city is run by the city government. We have asked for a director planning to be in the city government. And if 25 years henceforth, you will have data which will be, governing most of your decisions, then a digital observatory at the city level and a digital advisor to the mayor. At the same time, you have a digital town hall at the city level so that you are able to process all those. And then the governance level, maybe we'll come at a little later. But the point is what to build, where to build, when to build, and how to build. And lastly, I think what we should also be mindful of, and that we have also given them a demographic pattern for another 100 years, because we had one of the finest demographers of our country. Of course, he was kicked out from here. Now he's teaching in US, Professor James. And what we've been able to visualize is Kerala's urbanization is unlike India's urbanization. It's not the migration from rural to urban. It's the spread of urban to the hinterland. So just 19 urban agglomerations will be holding 90% of their population in another 20 years and 30 years. So, unless you are mindful of the settlement patterns. Now, someone in Delhi must tell us what will be Delhi's population 10 years henceforth. Someone should be able to tell us how is the pattern, because we know the census is coming. We know there are 10,000 towns and cities, both statutory and census towns. But according to IHS, we have some 25,000 villages. For all reasons, have urban characteristics. We have the new scientists reporting that it's already 81% urban globally. India has already crossed 50%, though we do not buy that because we have our own definition. But the point is, if these are the settlement patterns emerging, and there where what Ms. Ghosh was saying, you cannot see it from, it's a climate justice question. If 90% of the people are marginalized, they are in the informal sector, then how do we foresee a secure urban future from a climate just lens? I think that has to be the framework in which we build and design our cities. And lastly, I'm so happy that Ms. Ghosh pointed that out. What is it that we are building? And here I want to bring in Samuel Stein. There's a fabulous work that is one of the finest planners that the US has produced. The real estate, the capital city, that's the book he writes. And he says, the planners, we are not corrupt. It's the system that makes us corrupt. Why should we buy the glass typologies? Why couldn't we have thought of something different? And that's the example that I was citing, ma'am. You go to Lady Hardinge Medical College, you have a ward without air-conditioned summers, pitch summers, and you have a wonderful stay there. It's a pediatrics ward. You have a new building that has been constructed by our very erudite planners and designers. So I think design has to be very important, that cannot survive a single minute without the air conditioning. So what is it? And lastly, just give me one more point. I think, and another area which we should be mindful of when we talk about the entire process of climate resilience is about the way we are handling our mobility. I mean, at least that is something that we should buy from Prague or from London, is that if the mayor of Prague can bicycle to the office, when will we see a day where the chief ministers are going to bicycle or walk to their premises? That can be easily done. This is what Professor Dinesh Mohan did in IIT Delhi. I mean, I was a keynote speaker in his memorial lecture. I mean, 1 year after his death, we lost him during COVID. So I think at least those pressures we have to build from below. Your campuses, your states. You have to, why should you have a cavalcade of people? And it's a Gandhian state, to be very honest, though I'm not a Gandhian, Professor Panda. But what you preach, you should practice. And for heaven's sake, don't preach what you can't practice.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very interesting and very powerful that what to build, how to build. These are questions that are going to come up in the future. And I think in one of your papers and articles, you say that it's not necessary that the cities have to be resilient. It's the citizens who also have to be made resilient to adapt to our disasters. So coming to the final round, and we'll close short, we'll open for questions shortly. This round is going to talk about citizens and climate resilience. So here, let's turn, like, cities are not only built by governments, right? They are to be lived in, shaped, and protected by its people. It's not only important to make cities climate resilient, but also unite citizens for this cause. So to understand, I would like to go to Ms. Dr. Priyanka and sort of tell us, like, what does a climate resilient home or office actually look like? We talk about all these big words, and like when it comes to me as a citizen, I don't know how to build a house or an office that's actually climate resilient. So from the materials to the design, what should citizens prioritize when building or retrofitting infrastructure for climate resilience?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And before I answer that, I'd like to pick up from what Sir and even Madam Ghosh said. When I was a young professional, like so many of you in the room, I took it upon myself to look at the policies that the DDA had issued in terms of bylaws and that the Delhi Urban Arts Commission had issued. Because this issue about Delhi being a state or a center or a UT has been going on for a long time. And unfortunately, the bylaws issued by DUAC and the bylaws issued by DDA did not speak to each other. And also in terms, I think, DDA mandated Griha 3-star, and then they made a couple of things mandatory. Incentives were more in the DUAC document, so there was no consistency. And with this, I went from pillar to post. I developed a mechanism which I thought would work for the city and took it from one body to the other till finally I reached a place where public participation was happening. At that time, Vikas Minar ke paas hi एक टेंट लगा के you were invited कि अगर आपके कोई comments है तो आप आ जाइए. So I went to him, and to my pleasant surprise, some of my teachers were sitting there. I am from SPA Delhi, and Professor Manoj Mathur was sitting there. So he said, Priyanka, क्या कर रही हो? I said, sir, कोशिश कर रही हूँ कि ये process कोई accept कर ले because ये दिल्ली के लिए ही अच्छा है. उन्होंने कहा तुम्हें किसने बोला ये process चाहिए? So there has been a purposely, like an ambiguity has been embedded. I don't know who it serves, because even Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia said today, corruption ko side mein rakho. So many bureaucrats I have spoken to. He said, nahi, corruption nahi hota hai. तो फिर lack of process से किसको फायदा होता है? Because citizens को तो नहीं होता है. And वो अभी भी ऐसा ही है. So fortunately what has happened is the rate at which construction is happening in Delhi has decreased so much that bylaws comply kar lo, nobody is interested in the incentive. And there are other ways to disincentivize for availing the incentive, but yeah, that has been my experience. Now coming to what is a resilient building, I think you'll have to stop me at some point because I also teach sometimes. And I think a lot of it has to do with what a resilient citizen is. And point number one would be to become thermally resistant. What I mean by that, and why I'm using the word, because predominantly India is a hot country where we design for the buildings to be cool. I'm not talking about the hill cities, but most part of our country. And what happens unfortunately is, with opening of the economy, with multinationals coming in, we design for the US citizens, we design for the Europeans. As a result, if you enter a hotel, it has to be 18 degrees. Having said that, as Indians, we've been quite resilient. Agar bahar 40 degree hai, to ped ke niche mujhe theek lagega. So it will be fine if I'm operating in a 27 degrees, because every degree difference has a huge impact on energy consumption and so on. The second is to be energy efficient. In my professional journey, पहले मैं ना झंडा लेके चलती थी. अब मुझे अच्छा लगता है कि finance has got linked to this, and you can say, okay, money or no money depending on what path you choose to follow. But पहले होता था कर लो, please कर लो, it's good for the environment, and they used to say, who are you? We can pay for it. And it's our business. चाहे सारा दिन पानी चले, सारा दिन बिजली चले, हम पैसे दे सकते हैं. And this is predominantly a Northern India attitude. In South, people are still a little more open about listening to such things and giving you an audience. So I think that energy efficiency needs to be built in. Another thing that needs to be built in is how we think about our health. If our homes cannot reduce our medical bills, I think we are running in the wrong direction. So for example, temperature is one, but even the exercise we get, or even the stress we experience while going from one place in the city to the other. If you're stuck in a traffic jam and you know you're going to meet an unpleasant person you report to, that stress will someday result in a cardiac arrest. So, pass hi ho to hum time se ja sakte hain. And in terms of materials, I think a lot has been said about it, but because this is an audience primarily from the legal sector, local materials would act best. So stone in one part of the country, bamboo in another, mud in another. However, having said that, these local materials have two challenges. One, they don't offer themselves to scale. तो जो multi-rise और वो चकाचौंध कर देने वाली buildings होती हैं, वो नहीं बना सकते हम. किसी को अच्छा लगता है, किसी को नहीं अच्छा लगता है. And secondly, sometimes it is taken so literally that I will actually get marble from Rajasthan to Sikkim कि भाई वो local material है. But it doesn't work like this. So local knowledge, local materials, local scale, local lifestyle, local food, local clothes. I can't be suited in a meeting under a tree in Rajasthan. That's not going to work. फिर तो मुझे जाना ही पड़ेगा ना एक air conditioned building में if I'm not appropriately dressed. So I don't know if some of you remember, in Japan there was a meeting, I think a UN meeting, where even Mr. Ban Ki-moon came in shorts. And that was because he was climate appropriately dressed. So I think a lot of it has to do with mindset. When I was working again in earlier days of my career, we brought our leadership together that let's do a movement with the television and media people, because it's not fashionable to live in a low-cost material house. So only if the rich start adopting it, or the rich are also associated with people guzzling electricity. Poor people का घर बदल के कुछ ज़्यादा मिलने नहीं वाला at an economic level. So I think there are everyday little things that we can do, acknowledge the heritage and culture we belong to, and not have a mindset of what is Western is good. उतना भर करने से ही बहुत change हो जाएगा. Like even my grandmother, she used to recycle everything at home. So just those old practices, if they can be relived, I think will lead to healthy homes.
That's interesting because the takeaway here is localized everything. So that's very interesting. Coming to localized everything, I would come to Tikinder sir again. Looking at Shimla's experience, because you've been the former deputy mayor of Shimla, how did you attempt to unite citizens around climate risks? Because as we understand, people know that these disasters are happening, but they don't necessarily know what these climate risks mean for their future and for their body today. So how can cities like Delhi strengthen democratic decentralization? I would ask through Sabhas and empowered ward committees, how can we build citizen-led climate resilience? And what's your experience?
Okay, so quickly, I think there's one basic question of which we, at least we in the Himalayas, have to be very mindful of, and that is we have come to a stage, we've already crossed the tipping stage from the climate lens and from the vulnerability lens, is that even if we bring down all our buildings and plant 100% trees, we are still doomed, which means that the extreme weather events are going to happen at this far rapid pace than what they're happening now. So which means that for us, adaptability has to be the key. Then for heaven's sake, when we do not want 4-lane, then New Delhi must listen to us. They don't come with Char Dham in Uttarakhand, or as it is now, we are in seismic zone 5 and 6. So I think that entire revisiting is required. Having said that, because even if I build my climate resilient, adaptive capacities and strategies through the community, all of a sudden I find my vulnerability enhanced through a national process, which, so, you know, there has to be integration in both these processes. That's the first point. The second point is that in the city, I think that's what is something very important, and that is, again, I echo what Ms. Ghosh was saying, is about the whole process of bringing in the community in building these capacities. So when I say building these capacities, I was the only one in the NPDRR. We have a framework, national framework, on the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, because we were the first city in the country to prepare a climate atlas. We were able to map all our vulnerabilities and then, build capacities of the people. Something we called Buare. I don't know who is from, if there's someone from the mountains, they will understand a term called Buare is a community, kind of exercise for tilling, for plowing, for all that stuff. And we, in an English acronym, we said building urban, adaptive, resilient capacities in emergency, something like that. But that has to be done at all levels, which means the community should know in the ward level that if there's a heavy precipitation going to come, these are the vulnerable zones, and this is where we are. Now, can you believe in Himachal, because of so many frequent disasters, I mean, it's still a pity and so bad to, make fun of us here, that 2023, we lost some 500 lives, then again 300, and this year again 550 lives. But, this has built some capacities that every child that goes back to the home has a torch along the bed and has a mobile always charged. Some ration kit is always there. So, because we know we have to live with the disasters. So that's, now how do you create a framework for that in the urban governance framework? I think what we had envisioned in the 74th Constitutional Amendment was a Ward Sabha. Ward Sabha can't work for a city like Delhi because of two reasons. Because your wards are very large. If you have a population of say 1 lakh, I mean, they will never assemble. So what we have tried to do in Kerala, we have gone ahead from the Ward Sabha to a neighborhood Sabha. And a neighborhood Sabha, under the constitutional framework, we've defined 100 houses. Just 100 houses in a neighborhood Sabha, and have brought in tandem, right from, from the planning process. So the neighborhood Sabha will plan first, then it will go to the ward, and then further, it will get further gravitated to the city level. They have a very, very good, a very vibrant and robust process, by the way. I think these are what, but the second part is, if you have 90% workers, and if you have children who are coming as, who stay there as what PGs and all, now PG, staying a PG doesn't mean that you do not have a stake in the city. It's unfortunate, unfortunately, it's very unfortunate that we, so how do you build, this section of the people into that governance structure? I think we'll have to think, like Kerala we did it, because if they have 4 million people who are in migrants, and of course 4 million people who migrate out, then there we have suggested something which is very radical. I think Delhi will never be able to accept that, but Kerala it was able to. And there where we have suggested 3 councils to the city council. A business council, everyone was happy because, business council means local business, local economic growth drivers. Citizen council, again, very happy, professionals, retired people, they said, yeah, we'll have a stake. But a workers council, not everyone was happy, especially, your bureaucrats and some, but we pushed for a workers council. The workers council there comprises migrant people, people who come from different sections, who do not have a say. Now, how is this workers council elected, and then how does it talk to the city council is the interface that we've tried to build, because we have to think city, I mean, philosophically speaking, city as being co-produced by everyone, not as seen from a beneficiary and a benefactor synthesis. Gone are the days, I think. I think it's post-urbanism that we have to talk about, which means that we all co-produce the city. And if we all co-produce the city, we all have a right in, this governance structure. And that's, I think we should start building layers on that. Yeah.
Workers' Council, I must say, that's extremely interesting and extremely needed. Final question to Shibani ma'am. So right now, when we look at the climate plans aspect and that the government is going with this, where is the locus for, once we unite citizens, what is their locus to go and petition the courts that my city is not healthy and I am not healthy because of that, and what can I do, and my right to life is affected? How can they petition the courts?
Go to court. Indian courts have no problem, you come to them. That's never, Indian courts have never had a problem of who's coming to them. I mean, most of you have a legal background. Locus standi is very broadly defined in Indian environmental law. National Green Tribunal, High Court. Going to court hasn't been the biggest problem in India as far as environmental issues are concerned. So, and I predict in climate also, with the rise in climate change cases that we are seeing, Indian courts will be open to that. That's not the issue. The locus is not the issue. I think
plans don't lead to accountability, they are not by design enforceable. They are meant to be documents that the government can design and implement according to their own priorities, and I don't say it in a negative way, because obviously government has its own limitations, and not just finance, there's resources, there are competing interests, there are competing priorities. So there's no reason why one should, and let's remember, courts are inherently undemocratic, unaccountable institutions. So do we really, and I think it's important for us to, and I say this being someone who practices environmental law, we should be very careful when we invite courts to make decisions for us on issues which are at the fundamental level policy decisions which the government should be taking. Yes, the government should be more representative, the government should be more consultative, the government should be less corrupt, the government should be, research, evidence-based, wo sab theek hai. But courts are no better. That's when you will get smog towers in Lajpat Nagar. I mean, that's the kind of solution. Having said that, if the courts have a legal provision to rely on, they are much better placed. I mean, the courts are the ones who are in a good position to nudge the government. So, and I know we're running out of time, so I'll just give a small example. Recently, I'm part of the case before the Supreme Court on air quality, and I'm sorry I come back to that, but I think it's hard to ignore air pollution while being in the NCR. So there was a huge demand, particularly from the parents, that why are so many sports activities being organized, sports tournaments being organized in November and December when we are facing such bad air quality. School ne bol diya, bhai, if you don't want to send your bachcha, don't send. What's the big deal? But if your child has been training for a hockey tournament the entire year, imagine telling your 13-year-old, look, you can't go. Right? And your 13-year-old, the rest of the team is going, I'm going to go. So it's very difficult to leave that choice on parents and impossible to leave the choice to students. So the parents demanded that schools should not organize tournaments in what is predictably the worst time of the year in Delhi. So obviously the schools were not going to. Finally, the Supreme Court intervened. Now the Supreme Court, what it did was not say, stop the sports tournaments, because I think that's not the Supreme Court's place to say it. It relied on what is the Commission on Air Quality Management, which has the statutory power to issue a direction to schools and any other agency or actor to do something to that effect. So I feel the court is well placed to then rely on a statutory power to tell the necessary agency to activate it. The court is not well placed to tell the government, look, this is your carbon budget, this is what you should be doing, this is the greenhouse gas emission budget that your industry has, and that is not what the courts can do. And therefore, I do not think it is the citizens should go to court saying ki climate action plan has not been. What the citizen can go and say is that, look, there is clearly a rising sea level problem. According to this climate action plan, my ward level or, whatever, city level government should be helping ensure that my city is able to adapt to the rising sea level. Last 5 years, we've seen my city doing nothing. Can you do something? So that's the level at which I think, the courts can start. But I should stop here because I know we have a lot more to.
Just 1 second, I just forgot that. Because when I was speaking about youth, there's something very radical proposed in the Kerala Urban Commission. And because, how do you, and by the way, in Kerala, there's huge alienation of the youth. Across India, it's massive, but even Kerala. So what we have suggested is a reservation to the youth, not to be elected in the ward, but a separate constituency through a proportional representation. So 25% seats in the council will be reserved to the youth less than 35 years of age. So at least you'll try to bring in some new, otherwise young people, no one listens to them. At least in the city framework, this is something, you will never hear this. Even in Latin American countries, I didn't find that. So that's when, we went back to the people, young people, they said, we want. But I can't contest because there's a powerful guy against me. I won't be able to. So we want so it's a separate constituency that has to be created amongst the youth and through a proportional representation so that, even if you get, say, 49% and you lose, but still you can get elected. That's what proportional representation means.
Thank you so much. This was a very interesting discussion. And of course, we're running out of time. So I would please ask the guests to be facilitated. We can go for one if there are.
I have
Yes.
Practicing what you preach. Apart from the hungry and starving law students who might have taken the metro to get a job in Vidhi or somewhere else in a corporate law, I don't blame you. Why should we talk about what government can do, what Supreme Court, we go into very small issues to Supreme Court. What about we? How many of us have taken public transport to come here? Zero. Apart from the starving law students probably. Now, all of you who live in DDA colonies, and I do, there are over-construction, illegal construction, we are a part of it. So my point is, what can we do? Not what can government do, Supreme Court is not there to talk about everything. I don't think it's an issue of Supreme Court. So it will be important in terms of climate change to talk about what can we, the people of Delhi, do. You go out of here, we honk, we go out of here, we do all sorts of illegal activities, everybody in this room. Now, don't you think that we should talk about accountability from our point of view rather than accountability from the governments? And you are from Bangalore. Despite knowing Vartur Lake has foaming with toxic air every year, people are buying land and apartment right next to it. So what about us?
Can I? Okay, one more. Okay, one more question.
I will definitely come to you.
Yeah, the woman.
Hi, yeah, I hope I'm audible. So thanks for the panel. It was very informative. I hope, can you hear me now? Louder. Okay, I'll try to speak louder. Okay, so we discussed a lot of issues here. I'm trying to understand where we can spend a lot of our time and energy in terms of prioritization. So I could diagnose 3 types of problems in the panel discussion. To begin with, from my understanding of the discussion, this climate change as an issue is bipartisan or at least not sort of uncontested in its existence. So to diagnose the issue, I thought there were probably like 3 main headings that we could have. Like one would be, is it like a lack of political will, for instance? Are we not able to mobilize enough people, especially given that our country is filled with vulnerable populations who will be most likely to bear the burden of a climate crisis? And the issue is just that we can't mobilize them to demand more from the state. Second is it like a resource allocation issue? So because the state is constantly trying to prioritize having like development goals along with building sort of a climate resilient city, are we just, I mean, it's polycentric, like you're not able to understand if you pull one thread on the spider web, how many other things will be affected. And so the state is kind of incapacitated in trying to prioritize where to focus and what effects it would have in its like second or third order. And third is, I mean, a lot of our discussion was implementation based. So it's sort of like a known unknown. We know that this is an issue, but we don't know exactly how to tackle it. So like we don't have specific plans in terms of heating and stuff like that to be able to address the issues that we know to be true or to know to be problematic, but we are just not able to address it appropriately. I mean, this is my understanding broadly of the sort of issues that we've discussed today. Is there like a primary issue that we can focus on, or is it like a secret fourth thing?
That's a secret. No, but I think just I'll take one part of that. In terms of scaling up, of course, there's a lot that each one of us can do as a citizen of the country and of the city. But finance is coming up in a big way. And credibility in terms of implementing what you commit to. Don't commit if you can't commit. I think that will provide a stronger foundation for us as citizens and even for the international fraternity to look up to us. So implementation is key. And that is at policy level or at individual level, at any level you can think of, in the classroom, outside your classroom.
Hello, yes. One question.
No, please go.
Can we take another question? Can I?
Sure, yeah. Yes.
Sir, we have talked more about the cities and the people and the cities. In 1915 or 20, Delhi was built. Chandigarh was built in 1970 or 60 something. But both these cities are decaying. Why don't you promise some big cities with all amenities, with all, climate control and water bubbling, anything of that sort, which can make us happier more, rather than going into a depression. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so first of all, Professor Panda, it is very important. I used to bicycle when I was the mayor, right from my home to office. But I was the mayor, even the bus driver knew he can't knock me down, because if he knocks me down, he would be taken to task. Now I don't bike, because if he knocks me down, he'll not be taken to task. So the point is of an enabling environment. It's so good. I mean, they've infinite examples of, and actually that is a sustainable way. But to ask us, it is important. That's why I said what you preach, you should practice. And we have examples of Ayanagar in Delhi, where one of her professors, after being a director, not a director, but a professor in the SPA, didn't go to a middle-class colony. He went to a slum. It's a fabulous case study in Ayanagar in Delhi, if you visit, where he stayed in a slum, reinvented the slum, and is one of the magnificent ways in which he did. So we'll have to create such, but those would remain islands until we are hit at the policy. The policy is its capital-driven technological model. If 40% of the entire urban development budget goes into metros and not into laying bus and infrastructure, you can imagine what kind of mobility we are looking at. I did my fellowship on urban mobility from Leipzig. I can narrate more on that. I don't want to dwell. Yes, importantly, me as an individual, but also the enabling environment that is required so that a woman feels safe, secure. I mean, imagine, Shimla still, I would say, a woman is safe. Midnight, you'll find women moving around. Delhi, you can't do that. So, that's one point. The second part, the young woman, actually, I couldn't hear because maybe I'm getting old, so something was echoing. But something about political will I heard from you. So let me comment on a political will. Yes, political will and political movement is the key for our success. And I tell you one story about that. I was going through the manifesto of the Labour Party in England. Not this one, previous one. So this is to you also. And can you believe, what did the manifesto speak about? The manifesto said, I'm talking about the Labour Party in England. They said, if a company A, B, C, D, E, Professor Panda, I mean, it will interest you also, doesn't adhere to the so-called green TORs, they will, if they come to power, they will not allow them to trade in the stock exchange. Very extreme form. Can we even think of that? Forget about implementing. So I think, sir, yes, ideal utopian cities, there are many such islands. But imagine, sir, Trump's son is building 2 towers, I think 2 or 3 towers in Gurgaon. And he's even, if you have 15 CR, you can buy a house, maybe 15 and 20. But even if you have that money, he will take your interview, whether you are qualified enough to buy a house there or not. And then once you buy a house in Gurgaon, there'll be shit all around. So what kind of ecosystem are we building? So therefore, an enabling environment. So how do I find such a gigantic place like India? How do I find the alternatives? That's what we tried to build in Kerala. I think it has to be a very strong, layered approach of governance and layered approach of urban development. Not just top-bottom, not just bottom-up, but many layered. And I think those layers, and we have to build those processes. And we have to keep on experimenting. Chandigarh is definitely now, a kind of, but it was an ideal city, sir. When Nehru was asking Corbusier to build Chandigarh, don't forget his wisdom and his words that he told Corbusier. He told him, don't turn it into a ghost city, because people are coming from West Pakistan with nothing in their pocket. They only have clothes. And now I learned one of our politicians from Delhi went there and bought a cottage for some 50 CR. So that's how Chandigarh has actually gravitated. That's how Chandigarh has developed. But still, sir, not going by the aesthetics of Chandigarh, 7 vector roads and all that stuff, it still counts to be one of the best cities in North India, to be very frank. Where even after 50 years down the line, 60 years down the line, mobility is not that big a hassle. Pollution is not bigger. Thank you. I think
Yes.
that's it.
Thank you so much.
So we are now at our final panel for the day. I hope you have your coffees in hand and are energized to discuss what is very important and also a highlighted theme related to climate change. I'm grateful to Dr. Kochhar and Ms. Ghosh for highlighting the relevance of climate finance both in courts and in the markets. She specifically, Dr. Kochhar highlighted the importance of finance and the importance of incentives for climate finance and mainstreaming climate finance that require a reconsideration of regulatory design. Ms. Ghosh also pointed out the acknowledgement given by courts for the right to be free from the adverse effects of climate change, which was issued in 2024 by the Supreme Court. I'd like to introduce our stellar panel today. We will be discussing the issue of establishing green banks in India. We have with us Mr. Sudipto De, who's a senior business journalist with Outlook Business, Mr. Divyanshu Pandey, who's an advocate and banking and finance expert, and Ms. Anjali Tarapore, who's principal advisor with HDFC Capital Advisors Limited. I'd like to start with giving a brief introduction of our briefing book entry. We've essentially examined the design for a green bank in India and perhaps contradicting what lawyers like to do, which is focus on definitions first. We moved beyond nomenclature and tried to speak about what we can do to encourage climate finance flows within India. Now, India's climate finance targets are soaring and they remain exceptional for the next couple of decades. India needs at least 10 trillion USD by 2070 to meet its net zero targets and goals. However, the current regulatory framework, and particularly I'd like to focus on the banking design framework by the RBI, is largely enabling, voluntary, and lacks sufficient entry incentives to channel significant private investment into green finance in India. What we recommend is proposing a specialized green bank, and of course we'd be looking into the market feasibility and trying to understand whether the industry would accept it or resist it, and diversifying climate finance flows through the specialization of a green bank under the RBI's banking regime. Now, within our entry, we propose two key themes. One is creating a separate category of a licensed green bank under Section 22 of the Banking and Regulation Act 1949. This is similar to the introduction of a payment bank in 2013, subsequent to the Nachiket More Committee, where the RBI would license a specialized green bank removed from the core commercial considerations of existing scheduled commercial banks in India. And the second option is to have an in-house green banking arm within the RBI, similar to what has been done by the European Central Bank through its European Investment Bank. The way I'd like to structure our discussion today is try to understand from industry experts and practitioners the feasibility for a green bank in India, taking from existing examples like the payments bank, and also whether existing regulatory frameworks are enough, whether civil society has a larger role in understanding how we can drive accountability beyond artificial mandates through disclosures and reporting norms. Thank you. Sure, yeah. I can just pose the question to you. So I'd like to start this discussion by posing a first question to Ms. Anjali Tarapore, who is a principal advisor with HDFC Capital Advisors Limited and has extensive experience in ESG services. Now, ma'am, the briefing book notes that commercial banks often hesitate to disrupt established lending relationships with lenders who may not be carbon low in their operations and may contribute adversely to the climate transition. However, compared to what would be right for the environment, this doesn't channel green credit appropriately because green projects are by design and climate positive projects are by design riskier. Their return tenure is much longer. So my question would be that, firstly, subject to your view, my specific question to you would be that assuming that the RBI mandates the establishment of a dedicated green bank through licensing, what are the tangible internal governance norms So I think the effects of climate change have already started because they're already in the room now. Sorry, so just to continue, what do you think would be the right internal mechanisms for a bank, for a green bank license under Section 22 to implement so that their operations mitigate the perceived high risk? And I'd just like to point out, quite recently, the RBI has implemented its, on November 28th, its directions to commercial banks where they've essentially subsumed the green deposit framework. However, the language, that is the preambular language within these directions, remains that green deposits, if they are desirous of being accepted by banks. So ma'am, in your experience, how should we shift incentives to greater green lending?
Quite a loaded question, so I'm just going to head
Sure.
over there
Sure.
to ensure that I cover all the aspects that you've done.
Just good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and brave ones who've been there at the last session over here. But thank you so much, Varsha, for inviting me here today. Just before I start answering your questions, I just want to say at the outset that I'd like to compliment the entire team at Vidhi Center on Implement India Compendium on the 15 roadmap reforms. Now, navigating the intersections of the real economy, policy making, and legal frameworks are increasingly getting a lot more complex. And evidently, there's a need for deeper thought leadership. And I think this void is certainly being filled by the kind of work being done by Vidhi Center. So kudos to your entire team over here. To my mind, there's no silver bullet to solve for the pressing issues, but envision, empower, and enable are the right levers to search for workable solutions, and that's why we're all here today. Now, Varsha and Urvi, in fact, both of you have authored a very thought-provoking piece on how green banks can be established. Suffice to say, this will be debated extensively. Let me adopt the format of the authors, and Varsha, I have really read through your paper well. So they start with the problem, approach, and solution. So now, maybe in Shakespearean style, let me ask, the question is, to be or not to be a green bank? That is the question. As Varsha mentioned, the financial resources needed in India for net zero target by 2070 is upwards of $10 trillion. Now, the net zero target and the financial resources needed are guesstimates at this juncture. Yet what we do know is that the path forward is not aspiring for decarbonization, but being practical and gradually transiting to lower carbon pathways. Now, there are many views on a specialized financial institution, whether you need it or you don't. The merits are clear that when you have a specialized financial institution, there's a single focus, and the single focus probably could have a better outcome. Unfortunately, if you look back at the Indian financial system, the outcome is quite mixed. And let me, as you mentioned, the payments bank as an example, let me take you to something that has a bigger history, which is infrastructure financing. Now, the development finance institutions, you all would all be familiar with IFCI, IDBI, ICICI. They were set up with a single mandate to fuel India's growth for financing infrastructure and industry. By 2000, the early 2000s, the DFI model was struggling because of high non-performing loans, and survival meant converting to a universal bank. The next idea was the original model of IDFC, set up in 1977, was envisaged as a public-private partnership with the backing of the government to ensure that infrastructure got the priority that it needed. But the idea of it was to run with the efficiencies of the private sector, and there was a lot of international capital that came in. This model, too, didn't work. So next stepped in the generalist, or let's say the commercial bankers, to fund infrastructure. This, of course, resulted in RBI's famous list called the Dirty Dozen, with the 12 corporates accounting for 25% of the net NPAs in the banking system at that time. But from this crisis, there was a realization that the problem is not credit related. It was about not having the right tools to tackle defaulters. That's how the IBC came into being. Stronger prudential regulations came in, and the government realized that the need for plug-and-play projects was there, especially for land acquisition and single-window approvals. We've seen the government step in a big way for infrastructure, and new attempts have now been made to have dedicated infrastructure institutions like IIFCL, NIIF, NABFID. And meanwhile, the capital markets have also deepened, private credit has grown, and the stronger banks are back to lending. The key point I'm trying to make is that the issue isn't about having a dedicated institution for green lending versus a general lending institution that also focuses on green lending. It's more critical to have the enabling and supporting environment, a similar point you heard in the previous session as well. Now, sometimes the macro environment supports such institutions. Sometimes the sequencing and the timing of reforms matters more. But at the point in time, the quality of governance always remains critical. Now, increasingly, lenders are recognizing the importance of having an ENS due diligence. So the question is, should green financing just become mainstream and as part of a regular assessment? Now, the RBI has been fairly vocal in articulating that the mandate of defining a green taxonomy does not belong with the central bank, but that of the government. And this is a similar stance taken by the Swiss National Bank, the Federal Reserve, and some other central banks. But in May this year, the Finance Ministry came out with its draft taxonomy, and the underlying objective was to create a pathway for net zero commitments. The good thing is we have an indigenous framework, and one of the good things about this document is it was referred as a living document because of the need to be reviewed periodically as climate needs emerge. Now, at this juncture, we are not sure where the taxonomy lies, but without a green taxonomy, the issue of green lending versus greenwashing becomes, those lines start to blur. But I do believe the viability of creating a separate institution for green financing is well within our grasp. India has demonstrated this before, that it has the ability to direct capital towards strategic and underserved sections, and they've done it with institutions like NABARD, SIDBI, NHB, NABFID, for instance. But creating a public institution is a fine balance because fiscal resources are scarce and frequent recapitalizations are sometimes a burden on the fisc as well. And it's not always a guarantee that there would be a crowding in phenomenon with the private sector. And another debate is whether market forces should be allowed to freely determine where credit should be directed, or is it a better option to have a directed mandate? Remember now, India already has a fairly stringent directed credit norms in terms of the priority sector targets, and at a 40% target, it's rather stringent. But on the other hand, on moral grounds, which are the vulnerable segments that we could eliminate to accommodate new priorities? And that's a tough question. Now, we focused on the asset side, equally important when you're looking at a bank. On the liability side, where will the resources be raised for on-lending for green finance? The RBI has clearly said that public deposits would be raised by banks, and the green deposit framework has not met with too much success at this juncture because the RBI does not allow differential rates of interest on such deposits. So lenders may argue they want a higher return on green lending because it means higher risks, betting on new products, new technologies. Some articulate that banks are not the lending vehicle to experiment with unknown technologies, and that green incubator labs, venture funds, private equity funds are more suitable for such lending. Borrowers, on the other hand, believe they should be entitled to a discount on the loans to enable greening of the economy. But the harsh reality is that the greenium does not exist. It didn't exist for the sovereign green bonds of the government either. Now, I surmise that the way forward is likely to be a combination of institutions lending, which is the public sector, banks, multilateral agencies, bonds, venture funds, blended finance, amongst others, and certainly a carrot and stick regulatory approach is needed. With the government wanting fewer large banks as against many small banks, not completely sure the time is apposite for a separate green bank at this juncture. But this, of course, does not take away the fact that we need to keep learning and being open to models where dedicated green banks have worked both in developed and developing economies. The ideas presented by the authors will certainly be revisited, especially when the right sequencing of reforms are there, and that's primarily when we have an agreed green taxonomy. But just to conclude, I remain confident that green lending will increase in India, and we don't have a dearth of funding for good, viable projects. I also believe that it won't be politics or policies that will drive the net zero agenda. It will be technology that is acceptable, affordable, and accessible, and lucid laws that will be the real game changer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tarapuri. Thank you. I'd like to now move on to you, Devanshu, and just taking a little bit from what Ms. Tarapuri said in terms of the infeasibility of a specialized green bank in entirety at this moment. Perhaps it is important for us to then consider and take a step back whether starting small is better than not starting at all. So, for example, the existing regulations that I spoke of in terms of what the RBI said, again, remaining entirely voluntary on green deposits, and some of the other frameworks on the disclosure of climate risks, etc. In your mind, what are the alternatives that we can have to a licensed green bank? And I would also move beyond to argue and say an alternative beyond an in-house arm, because there are also certain schools of thought who think that green banking, though acknowledged by the RBI, is not necessarily a central banking mandate. So my question really would be, what do you think are the alternatives to start small, but also provide some element of regulatory posturing to say that this is not entirely a voluntary mandate? So how can we play on incentives to increase green lending?
Thank you, Varsha, and I completely echo what Anjali said about Vidhi's team's efforts and the initiatives being taken, so congratulations on that. Now, coming to your question, Varsha, while I agree with Anjali that having a separate banking entity may not be required, but given the fragmented approach of the various financial regulators, be it our capital markets regulator, be it RBI or insurance authority, we definitely need to bring all three or other financial regulators together on the same platform. I believe Department of Economic Affairs had constituted a task force on sustainable finance sometime in 21. RBI is doing its own bit by having sustainable finance group, while SEBI has done the BRSR reporting for the top companies, and insurance authority, because of its limitations where the investment can lie, it is very, very important that the regulators speak to each other if they are serious and committed to the idea of having sustainable finance mechanism to evolve in India. While the efforts are there, the awareness is there at the government level as well, that the kind of funding which will be required. To address that, in my view, one alternative could be that bring a legislation and set up a unit which is a combination of not only a bank, but also an investment vehicle, because we also need investments in form of equity in certain companies which are looking at developing technologies to protect the environment and the research and development of those initiatives. Because just having a financing arm and just lending for projects which are so-called like green facilities may not necessarily solve the problem. I think a more holistic approach has to be taken in terms of the fact that like, what is the roadmap which we are trying to build? And taking a cue from what Anjali said, I think the sequence of events can be set by having a framework for such a body, which is not only a lending institution, but also something like an investment unit, like a VC fund or a PE fund or whatever. And that entity should also offer some kind of insurance products as well to protect the entities which are impacted by any environmental change or kind of environmental disaster.
Right. And no, I echo what you say, and perhaps having a specialized green bank is a very ambitious goal to begin with, and there are alternatives like we've also noted in terms of what the EU and what the UK have done, but perhaps those are not entirely transportable here, given the fact that the RBI cannot allocate so much of its regulatory mandate to green banking. Secondary considerations could surround the fact that a partnership model may also not be viable because India is still an emerging economy, so that amount of money cannot possibly be earmarked by a regulator. What I'd also like to then move to for a second question to you, Divyanshu, is if we were to have, a consolidated framework for green lending, and this is something that the RBI has been doing in terms of its consolidation of various directions and circulars quite recently. If we were to have, say, a fund, what do you think India should do to be able to internationalize its climate finance market? Because bodies like the ICMA, which is the Capital Markets Association, have come out with 4 guidelines on use of proceeds and third-party verification and reporting, etc. However, a common observation that I have had is that many banking regulations remain incomplete because they don't have any penalties for non-compliance. So where do I as a regulator strike a balance between encouraging, between saying that, look, this kind of specialized lending is voluntary, but also ensuring that those frameworks don't remain paper tigers? Because a good regulatory instrument must have a non-compliance effect. It must have consequences for non-adherence to commands. So what do you think internationally, given where India is right now in its climate finance journey, what can we do in terms of regulatory design to open up our climate finance market to equity investors, as also you're saying?
So I think, as I mentioned to you, that having a separate body and a legislative framework around that is definitely important. In that framework, we need to be mindful of the fact that non-compliance leads to strict kind of flagging off of the violations, right? And also the very fact that it can be designed something even as a body corporate as well, which Niti Aayog is also, I believe, has kind of looking into it, that how to set up a National Green Financing Institute, right? So it will depend that if we have to actually attract investment for this institution, we need to show that the intent is not only there, but we will carry out the practices as well to ensure that the taxonomy which Anjali mentioned is being adhered to fully. There is consistency in the approach. And the third thing is that we start small, but wherever we are putting funds, we should ensure that there is a very well thought through decision so that scope of violation is very, very limited.
Right. Thank you. So Deepto, I'd like to now come to you and just drawing from the questions on accountability and the effects of non-compliance. So of course, the RBI is a massive regulator. It's one of the largest financial sector regulators in India. And they do things their own way. they have a certain way of approaching regulation, especially emerging areas of regulation. Fintech has a regulatory sandbox, so perhaps that could be a space where accountability can be managed and looked at. But in your understanding, what is it that, you know, apart from regulatory accountability, what is it that civil society can do to ensure that bodies that are moving or entities that are moving towards green lending, with or without a regulatory framework through a green bank or otherwise, what is it then civil society can do to make sure that green lending is in fact happening, the guidelines on the use of proceeds and third-party verification are happening, and the, you know, very liberally thrown around term of greenwashing isn't something that happens in these projects?
First of all, thank you, Vidhi, for having the discussion, the conversation. It's a very important one. I think if you look at green banks, the idea of green banks was mooted sometime, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Parekh had once mooted that idea in one of his reports. That was, I think, more than 15, 20 years back. So it's not a new debate, but it's been around for some time. But one thing is definitely sure is that we are definitely going to see some regulations around either an individual bank or regulations around green finance, which will be guiding the whole structure of how green finance will flow. Now, as this whole regulation moves, and which we are going to see over the next coming years, you know, the lines, you know, the shades of green and the greenness is going to be defined. Something which Anjali mentioned, you know, and is that the lines will get blurred between, in terms of your, I would say the greenwashing issues will crop up, definitely. And that's where I think whatever regulations you have an individual bank, or you have a separate regulation for regulating the green finance flow, we need to sort of incorporate issues around, if you look at the Consumer Protection Act 2019, it has laid out certain guidelines for identifying green, the greenwashing guidelines, I would say, from a consumer perspective. So I think the overall banking regulations will have to factor in those issues in terms of from the consumer angle also. Also, we refer to the consumer protection, we refer to the green finance taxonomy, but it's still a draft stage. And what we are given to understand is that they are each sector, there could be each sector specific inputs that they are waiting for right now. And after that, I think it will become a final. But it will be, as was mentioned by Anjali, it will be a living document. It will get reviewed after a period of time. Point is that all of them have to align. Be it your green finance taxonomy, your the Consumer Protection Act, and also the banking regulations, which are going to come in to facilitate the green finance flow. So once they sort of align with themselves, the issue of, I think we're going to see this issue of greenwashing cropping its head up again and again. And that's something going to be real, which may be good for the legal community, because we have seen that internationally there have been cases where, the legal community has sort of, there's a lot of litigation around greenwashing that's happening. And I think one of the famous cases was the 2018 when we had the Dieselgate, the Volkswagen case, and there were quite a few after that. So in India also, we're going to see those cases coming up, instances happening, and if we are not aligning, I think what the consumer, from a consumer point of view, what is greenwashing? The consumer has to be very clear from the user perspective. I think we are going to see this issue crop up again and again. So all these things have to be aligned.
Thank you. I'd just like to throw another question, and I'd like to get your views on it. We have about 10 minutes to go, and then we can open the audience up for questions for about 10 minutes. So the takeaway that I have from your views is that not a very ambitious, not a very enthusiastic yes to a licensed green bank from the get-go. Perhaps a fund or reimagine incentives for existing commercial banks is the way forward. But, what I would request for you to share your thoughts also on is that in your experience, dealing with interviews with larger corporations who are subject to CSR obligations, but are also, involved in green lending and project finance lending in the transition space. Devanshu, in your, experience in advising a bunch of corporates, large multinationals in various syndicated loans and other types of lending. And Anjali, in your experience in navigating ESG considerations, what do you think are the common incentives amongst the people that you've interacted with to move towards behavior that is climate transition friendly? Because in my understanding, of course, my understanding is limited to what the law says, and my interactions remain to be, diversified by others in my experience. But the bottom line for most is profit. So unless that is something that comes out very clearly for any number of stakeholders, whether they're corporate or non-corporate, they will typically not move towards climate-friendly behavior. So if you could, share some anecdotes from your experiences on what you thought, nudged them to move towards that behavior, that would be great.
If I can. Interestingly, if you look at it, social science, climate social science network, they come out with a greenwashing assessment framework. Okay. Now, a framework which looks at impact, alignment, and communication. It's basically assessment how the organization is sort of reacting to all these, and it's a total it's a third-party independent this thing, and that framework I think is interesting because those type of frameworks could be incorporated in any regulatory mechanism that we have, and they can help or guide the end users of the funds. They can guide the regulators also, and also the civil society. I think from civil society perspective is important. I think that there has to be much more awareness about greenwashing. The fact that greenwashing is there, is happening right now, is on our face, and somewhere I think we need to have much more awareness. That would be this thing that, there has to be, the regulators have to take into the fact that there has to be a proper assessment of greenwashing into the framework.
Varsha, you should have got younger people on your panel, but always remember, nothing will stop an idea whose time has come. So we're definitely saying that yes, there will be a time when we will either be completely mainstream on every aspect. As we stand today, if you're a lender, if you want your money back, you'd be a fool not to look at environmental considerations. But realizing the realities that you need to go slowly, take the example of what the multilateral agencies have been doing. They've lent money to the smaller housing finance companies. A large amount of the small finance companies on lend for self-construction. One of the criteria that they put in when they lend the funds is to say that that on-lending needs to go towards green housing. So you're encouraging a whole value chain across the entire spectrum. There will be difficulties. We need to build supply chains for the common man to be able to know who's building their house in a remote tier 3, tier 4 city where he can be able to procure green materials from. But the panel that spoke before us was also talking that they're working towards trying to get these things in place. The finance will work as a carrot and stick incentive. If you don't meet the regulations, you're violating your covenants, but it is bringing in progress, because without that, the small housing finance companies get access to long-term funding, and they're making a difference with these covenants. So most certainly there are a lot of workable areas that can come through. And we need to be a lot more optimistic, because very often when we talk about climate and the environment, we all get so pessimistic.
I agree.
But there are solutions available.
Yes.
And we need to keep brainstorming to get there.
Yes, yes. No, I agree completely. And if not in terms of a license, maybe in terms of incentives? Divyanshu, if you have any
Yeah,
anecdotes
so
you'd
I
like to
think
share.
in terms of the incentives, the way I see it is, especially for corporates, I would say, it's the availability of larger investment pool, which they can tap into, because there are institutions which are looking to deploy their funds which are towards climate protection or sustainable methods used in any business venture. Second incentive is this pool of capital also is slightly less expensive as compared to traditional pools of capital, right? Third thing, according to me, as Anjali was saying, that idea is that not to discourage that this kind of concept of green banks is not viable. It is definitely viable, but we cannot put it under one regulated framework. It has to be more holistic, a more overall kind of, which addresses not only the funding needs, but also lays down common principles which are to be adhered to as a lender stroke investor as well as the end user, right? So all these three things or four things combined together can serve as an incentive for setting up an organization like what you have proposed in your paper, but it may not necessarily be a bank per se. That is my view.
Right. No, that's very helpful and very meaningful thoughts from all three of you. And as I said in the beginning of our panel, lawyers are typically more prone to nomenclature, but perhaps nomenclature is not the right place to start. We should start with smaller design. I'd like to open up the panel to questions from the audience. We have just about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we can move on to closing.
Thank you so much to the panel for such an interesting discussion. My question is about an aspect of the financial sector that really in India affects mainly one source of energy, which is nuclear energy, and that is reinsurance. It is very difficult because of the nature of this sector to get reinsurance for such projects in London or in other places. And as you will all know, the GIC has set up a reinsurance arm, I think earlier this year. But what do you think are the prospects of a reinsurance market really emerging in a healthy way in India?
No, I think that there is a strong need of reinsurance products in the country, and realizing that, because at the end of the day, it's public money which gets impacted in the way our lending landscape is, right? Because this is primarily driven by the banks, which are takers of public deposit. So I certainly think that as a product, it has got great potential and we should be introducing it. But the kind of safeguards which are to be built into, and again, especially if it's a green project, then how much easier or difficult it will be to get a reinsurance if you are not meeting these norms and the standards will have to be tested. So that's where it is very important to have a comprehensive, uniform taxonomy or standards applied for either lending or even for insurance products, right? Which can be reinsured through a reinsurance agency.
Excellent question. Just one statistic I give you, that the non-life insurance penetration in India is 1.3%, which is considerably lower than the global average. The private sector has been opened up for reinsurance as well, and we've seen one new private sector player come in. So most certainly there is a need. As far as energy is concerned, yes, you're absolutely right. There has to be an array of different types of energy, simply because if we are going to grow, we're going to be consuming larger amounts of energy, nuclear being one of them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
Hi, my name is Surinder Singh. My question is to Ms. Tarapur or Mr. Pandey, whoever would like to respond. For the, let's say, foreseeable future, let's say for the next, down the line, 3 or 4 years, do you see there are some signals that prove that, there is actually some credible demand for green finance, and the banks will be interested in funding those, which are not reputation led.
So if I understood your question correctly, are you saying that like would there be demand of funding green projects by the banks in India?
Yes, and if there's a demand, or let's say if there's a willingness by the banks that yes, we are interested in funding those projects, but it's not reputational one, it's evidence one.
Okay. I do think that there is already an interest and there is a huge demand for projects which are environmental friendly to lend to them, because it not only helps the banks and financial institutions to raise capital from a larger pool of investors, because they also have to see where those funds are going to get deployed by the banks. So banks are definitely looking at environmental friendly projects to be able to augment their capacity to raise capital for themselves. There is an element of reputational risk which they are very, very mindful of, and that's why even in any project financings, environmental impact assessment has to be done. Unfortunately, in India, at least I am not aware of that where a bank has had to face criticism because the project which it funded may not necessarily have been very environmental friendly and then turned out to be cause, or as a consequence, there were certain environmental hazards which got created. But they do take into account the reputational issue seriously.
Banks are custodians of public money. The first thing they need to do in evaluating any project is to ensure that they get the money back. So if there is a renewable energy project, for instance, where a bank is not comfortable with the kind of cash flows, they would reject it. If there's a fossil fuel company and India needs financing because that's our primary source of energy at this point in time, they most certainly will do it. It's how you're interpreting it, but at the bottom line is, it's one of the many assessments that you do. So ENS assessment is getting more and more embedded in the overall credit assessment, is what I would leave it at. Thank you.
We have a couple more questions at the back. Thank you.
Hi. So I have two questions actually. First, basically, do you think there's a case for including green financing as a subcategory of sorts under priority sector lending? Because it takes us back to the entire framework of there having some sort of compliance-related consequences and also there being the intent to nudge the banking industry into a certain direction. Second is that also coming from my own experience, fair bit of experience, being in a bank, whenever there's any lending proposal that gets tabled in a bank, there's a group of stakeholders who sit and then they deliberate, and these stakeholders include risk teams, compliance teams, the legal team, and so on and so forth. And one thing that I feel from my experience of having in those rooms is that, do you think there could be or there is a need for a standardized taxonomy for looking at emissions or carbon credits or sort of these sort of terms, so that risks can be assessed in a way that is uniform for the entire industry and is not sort of specific to like one bank or the experts that have been engaged with one bank? That way, I think, considering that this is going to be sort of like a nascent development stage, I think certainty might help the ecosystem, both on the consumer side as well as on the side of investors and financiers.
I think, you know, the green finance taxonomy, which is currently in the draft stage, the green finance taxonomy currently in the draft stage is something that's going to address some of your concerns there. In terms of if you look at it, it has been in the making for the last couple of years now. In May this year, the draft was put out, and it talked about the fact that as far as we know from the media perspective, I can tell you that It's gone to different different departments of, for example, infrastructure, couple of other departments also, apart from finance. Of course, finance ministry is the one who moved it. It has gone to different ministries now, and they are giving out their concerns, or they're identifying some of the markers there in terms of how will they evaluate green finance. And when that gets incorporated in the draft, and then I think we're going to see sometime in 2026 a final draft emerging from there. But as Anjali mentioned, it's going to be a live document and it's going to be reviewed very, very sort of periodically. So I think some of that is going to be addressed in that as and when it comes out.
But you're right, the RBI has also recognized this problem, and in about 3 monetary policies ago, they did mention that they would have what they called as the RBI climate information systems, which would be a standardized information. But the problem is there's a chasm between what the scientists don't understand finance, and the financial people don't understand the science. And that's the problem with financed emissions as well, because financed emission is basically when a bank or any lender gives a loan, what is the carbon footprint that you're creating as a result of lending that money? There's something called the emission factor. Now, without that standardization of an emission factor, Bank A and Bank B will have very, very different outcomes. And that's why banks are almost hesitant to go ahead and put out what their actual exposures are from a climate perspective because of the lack of standardized data.
And just to add in terms of your first question about classification of green financing as a category under PSL norms, look, again, it will have to be looked into what is green financing, because green financing is a very overarching term. While they have classified renewable energy financing as one of the elements under the PSL category, right? So one will have to accordingly classify financing to different sectors depending on what the end use of the proceeds is going to be. So to that extent, just putting it under PSL may not necessarily help to incentivize people, right? But as the situation evolves, and as Anjali also mentioned, that it is very important to understand that where you are putting your money in, right? Whether that money is being used for an environmental friendly use or not.
Thank you, Devanshu. I think we have one more question at the back. We'll just take that.
Hi, thanks Varsha for the discussion. My comment has two components. One is a query directed to the panelist, and the other is a suggestion actually to the panelist. First query being that, when the draft taxonomy was released in May, and although the timeline was very short for the audience and for the general public to submit, what were the basic principles that you, from bankers' perspective and from financial institution perspective that you are looking at, from principle perspective that the taxonomy should deliver? That's a query. The second thing that because there was a lot of discussion on the living nature of that particular document, which is mentioned a couple of times in the draft, the suggestion is that that living nature or the dynamism of that particular document sort of becomes redundant if you don't know the periodics, the periodic or in the frequency at which that particular document is going to be updated. Now, the suggestion is actually borrowed from something, from the Paris Agreement itself. There is the supervisory body under 6.4, the Article 6.4, this year only, just after, 1 month after that draft taxonomy was released their document called Legal and Editorial Review Framework, wherein the principle was that any document that the supervisory body publishes will go under review at a periodical interval. And they had two mechanisms mentioned under it. One is an annual mechanism, which will be triggered by the industry as and when the norms changes and as and when they require, especially the regulators. And the second mechanism was actually a 5-year time period mechanism, which sort of also aligns with the upgradation of NDCs and the stockade under Paris Agreement, which is a legal binding for every country. Now, this is actually a very good framework which is inspired from international principle that can be incorporated in the taxonomy, because my personal perspective is that if taxonomy leaves that living nature without specifics, it will again become very redundant in terms of operationalization. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
No, I completely agree. Sorry. I completely agree with you that there should be a periodic review of that taxonomy. But at the same time, it's before the taxonomy is even implemented, I think it should be crystal clear that like what exactly it is addressing, right? And it may not be able to address all the problems at one go. It will depend as the time progresses that how that taxonomy is being put into use by the financial institutions or by the industry players as well, which are making use of the funds given to them.
Write about it, you've done a lot of work on it. Let the people who are making the decisions read what you've got. So you've done a lot of, obviously done a lot of good reading on it. So put your views out, seriously. It makes a lot of difference.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for, I think we have one more question if we have the time.
I'm K.K. Raj Chaudhary, technical consultant in energy, environment and climate change. How do the banks view the expected carbon credit and trading scheme mid-2026 to augment their financing? Also, the second point is, throughout the day, could not find mention of much of this COP30 outcome at Belém, Brazil. One of the hopeful outcomes, though not having any legal binding, the adaptation finance has been enhanced, that it reaches by around 1.3 trillion US dollars per year by 2030. So how would banks leverage with international finance too? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll just have a very quick response in terms of the response of Indian banks to the COP commitments.
So I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question fully, but what I could gather was the fact that like, I think it's the G2G commitment under the COP framework. So whatever it will take for the institutions from Indian institutions, I think they will deliver it, or at least attempt to deliver it. But again, these are, I would say, more left to the discretion in terms of trying to implement it. These are not binding arrangements which have been set out in the COP plan.
I'll just add one more point here. You know, I know you mentioned about COP30, but if you look at the G20 meeting which happened in Johannesburg, there was a South-South agreement on the whole framework of finance. And very soon we might see something emerging here. And that's a take. If you look at the last G20 which happened in India, the whole groundwork was prepared that time. It was carried forward in Johannesburg. And India was part of that and has been active in this. So we're going to see, I think, in 2026, something emerging from there in terms of climate finance, from the G20 perspective.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sudipto, Divyanshu, and Anjali, and thank you to everyone for your questions and for your thoughts for a very meaningful discussion.